Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to E.S. Rose Park in Nashville, Tennessee, the site of today's scrimmage between your VolState Pioneers and the home team, the Belmont Bruins, Division I baseball team here in Nashville, Tennessee, now moving on to the Missouri Valley Conference after being in the Ohio Valley Conference for a number of years. Very successful run for Belmont sports in the Ohio Valley Conference, not only in baseball, but basketball, men's and women's sports up and down the line. And as some of you have been around with Ball State baseball since the spring and have been listening to me, this is my alma mater. Of course, not a baseball field that I played on. Show you see if we can get the information as to how long E.S. Rose Park has been the home for the Bruins, but it's been quite a number of years now after spending some time at Greer Stadium, which, as I drove by this morning, is nothing but weeds. And prior to that, an on-campus baseball field called Dave Witten Field. The three sites for the Belmont Rebels, now Bruins, have played their baseball. Ball State Pioneers playing a scrimmage today. It'll be approximately 5-inning contests. Coach Jim McGuire will have an actual lineup, which I'll read to you shortly, but head coach Dave Jarvis for the Bruins will treat it as a scrimmage. Their practice is officially started, I believe, last week, and as a D1 school, they don't get to play the number of games in the fall that a junior college or NAIA school will get to play. So it's a big feather in the cap for head coach Jim McGuire for Dave Jarvis of Belmont to agree to play the Pioneers here in the fall and use up one of their very precious days of games against competition from another school. The view we have from the press box, again, we're working on getting a wider lens camera so that we can run two cameras. The camera view we have is as wide as I can get it, so first base and third base are just outside of view, but you'll get a view of the main part of the ball game, and I'll be describing the action as I sit for the very first time in the press box here at E.S. Rose Park, where I've listened to a number of games over the years. Dr. Rich Tyner, the voice of the Belmont baseball team, is broadcasted from here, and today I get my opportunity and sure have appreciated the hospitality that they have afforded to me. I probably because of the Belmont alumni status that I carry, but head coach Dave Jarvis and the staff here have treated me very nicely. So the 52-man roster of the VolState Pioneers have come on to the grounds of E.S. Rose Park that contain not only the baseball field for Belmont, but also the women's softball team just off to the left as their complex here, and then the track and soccer facility is just back over my left shoulder here. So 3 fields here on this complex. But as far as I can see today, Belmont baseball, the only activity for the Bruins today here at E.S. Rose Park. So the starting lineup for the Pioneers, as it has been during the game one of most any series that we've played, a doubleheader. Jake Burris will lead off and play center field. Jacob Messer in left field will bat second. Batting third, the right fielder, Jace Mizell. One of the DHs in a lineup that features 10 hitters for the Pioneers. Carter Vrabel will bat fourth. Connor Hawkins will bat fifth and do the catching for the first part of today's action. Ethan Huddleston at shortstop, batting 6th. Landon Godsey at first base, and he will bat 7th. Hunter Searcy with his family here in attendance will be an extra hitter and bat 8th. Landon Luderman batting 9th and playing third base. And batting 10th from Lexington, Kentucky, Matt Hall will play second base. And on the mound for the Pioneers from Overton High School by way of Cleveland State, where he is transferred here to VolState, Tanner Bumbleow will be on the mound for the Pioneers to face this D1 squad. And I'll be calling the batters out for Belmont as they come to the plate. You see head coaches Dave Jarvis and Jim McGuire meeting with the umpires for today's action. Umpires will be in various positions as they will rotate in and out. So behind the plate starting off, Randy Hundley at first base, David Mayberry, and Phil Kunda will be down at third base. Head coach Dave Jarvis in his 26th year here at Belmont. Came in 1998 when the Belmont Rebels became the Belmont Bruins and moved from NAIA to Division I. Dave Jarvis came from Murray State, where he was an assistant coach for 5 years from 1993 to 1998. Prior to that, he was head coach at Three Rivers Community College for 9 years. He played his baseball, finished up at Arkansas State. The father of 3 and a good friend of mine. One of his players just left, or one of his sons just left. Logan Jarvis finished last year, and he brought another son from Columbia State on, Jackson Jarvis, who's on the roster, 38-man roster as I counted for the Bruins. Aaron Smith is Dave Jarvis' associate head coach. This is his 14th year at Belmont. 4 as an associate head coach. Prior to that, he was a Trevecca Nazarene University assistant coach for 3 years and came to Trevecca from Motlow, where he had also played a couple of years before an injury ended his career. Pitching coach for the Bruins is A.J. Guerra. He is in his second year with Coach Jarvis at Belmont. He came from the University of Evansville, where he coached there for 3 years and spent some time with Mississippi State Bulldogs down in Starkville, Mississippi, the employer of one of my daughters. He lives down in Caledonia, Mississippi. And prior to that, he coached for a year at Austin Peay State University, where he finished his college career. Corvin Scott is a volunteer assistant coach in his second year at Belmont. Came from King University, where he was coach for 1 year. Prior to that, Campbellsville University for 2 years, and was a assistant coach, first base coach for VolState for a time. He's an MTSU grad and former Full Count Ministries, Full Count Fall League player, and has been on short-term mission. Actually, he and his brother Chauncey were on mission with me in Nicaragua several years ago. So I haven't seen Corvin today. Not sure if he's out scouting somewhere to showcase or not, but hope to catch up with him either today or next week is Belmont Baseball Alumni Weekend. So maybe I'll get a chance to see him then, as VolState will have the weekend off. Coach McGuire gets one of his daughters married. Head coach Jim McGuire in his second season with the Pioneers, his 35th season coaching in total. Former head coach at MTSU for 6 years. Prior to that, assistant head coach under Steve Peterson at Middle Tennessee State University. Also a head coach at Wren Lake Junior College. And assistant coach at Missouri St. Louis. His pitching coach in his first year, Braden Cal, who comes from Austin Peay State University, where he was a volunteer assistant last year. Prior to that, a graduate manager at Charleston Southern University, where he ended his playing career. And an assistant coach, John Ripel, who will handle first base duties today. He is in his first year with VolState, 16 years total for him, as we are about ready to get together. You can't see just off of the right side of your camera. Belmont University players are getting ready to run out to their positions. See if I can pull their numbers off the roster to tell you who's there. I believe that's going to be Blake Barton behind the plate, a former full count rhythm player in 2021. Brody Heaton be down at first base. Get the binoculars out here. Number 29, Mason Landers, they call him Butter, down at third base. And at shortstop, number 5, Sam Kirkpatrick. A little delay while I write them into my scorebook. Scorebook will look an absolute mess at the end of today. Jack Rando over at second base in, I believe, at least his third year here at Belmont, a local boy from Brentwood High School. Let's see who we got in the outfield here. That is Sammy Slaughter out in left field, former OVL player the last 2 years, Ohio Valley League in the summer. Played for the full count rhythm 2 years ago, played for the Franklin Duelers this past year. Jeff Clark out in center field. A name I don't know. Let's see who we got out in right field. Number 13, Ethan Harden, redshirt freshman for Coach Jarvis. And the first pitch inside from Will Jenkins. Ball one. We are underway at 12:03, 70 degrees here in Nashville, Tennessee. Jenkins now gone 3 balls, no strikes. 5'10", 190-pound junior from Knoxville, Tennessee at Grace Christian Academy. Right-handed pitcher for the Bruins. Pitch misses inside. 4 straight balls thrown to Jake Burris. Puts the Pioneer center fielder on first base. First base runner of the afternoon. Bring to the plate Jacob Messer. Messer, a redshirt sophomore, as is Jacob Burris. They came here together in 2020. There's strike one to young man from Memphis University School, Jacob Messer, left-handed hitter. Six foot, 205-pound left fielder. Throw over to get Jake Burris, and he is picked off at first base. Will Jenkins put him on with 4 balls, but ended up picking him off at first base for the first out. Not sure if he just took his eyes off the pitcher or not, but you don't normally see Jake Burris make a base running mistake like that. 1 ball, 1 strike to Messer. On deck, Jace Mizell. Jim McGuire coaching down at third base. Off-speed pitch misses inside. Ball 2. Jim McGuire down at third base coaching. John Ripel at first. 1 out. Just getting started. Big swing by Messer. Comes up empty. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, and Jenkins gets Messer swinging for out number 2. So Mason Landers down at third. Sam Kirkpatrick at short. Jack Rando at second. Brody Heaton first base. Jace Mizell steps into the plate facing Will Jenkins, who's throwing to Blake Barton. In the outfield, Sammy Slaughter in the left. Jeff Clark in center. Ethan Harden in right field. There will be a merry-go-round today, as I understand today's action. Looks like a slider on the outside corner. Swing and a foul ball off the netting off to the right side. Kate Granzo out from the Belmont dugout to get that foul ball. Young man transfer from Auburn University, played it for the full count rhythm this past summer. There's a swing and a miss on a breaking pitch. Jenkins retires the Pioneers in order. 2 strikeouts for Jenkins. We are headed to the bottom of the first inning. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Going to the bottom of the first of the first scrimmage of what may be 3 scrimmages, 3 5-inning scrimmages. The young man, Sammy Slaughter, transfer from Calhoun Community College by way of the University of Memphis, steps in to face Tanner Bumbalow. First pitch, Sammy sees and hits a ground ball out to Matt Hall, who looked like he double clutched on that ball, but throws over to Landon Godsey to retire Slaughter. We're out number 1. Jack Rando stepping to the plate. Rando hitting from the right side. Breaking pitch from Bumbalow. Missed somewhere. Rando playing second base. Dave Jarvis's lineup. There's a fastball low and outside. Tanner Bumbalow, transfer from Cleveland State. Played high school baseball right here in Nashville at Overton High School. Breaking pitch misses down. Rando 3 balls, no strikes as he second batter in the inning for the Bruins. On deck, Brody Heaton. There's a fastball outside corner called strike. Fastball goes high, ball 4. First base runner for the Bruins, Jack Rando. Brody Heaton stepping to the plate, the returning first baseman for Belmont. Led in most offensive categories, according to his bio. I didn't do a deep dive of their stats, but Rando with a very short lead, a big hop off of first. Bumbelow holds tightly. That ball gets down and gets away from Caleb Hawkins. And be ball 1. Like a pitch down and away, but Connor Hawkins would say that he should have had that. So runner at second, a slow breaking pitch swung on and missed by Heaton. Brody Heaton, 6'5", 265-pound junior from Newburgh, Indiana. Long look back at second as Rando hops off again. The second look had him going back. Brody Heaton fouls the ball back into Hawkins' glove. Count goes 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bumbelow scheduled to throw 2 innings in today's scrimmage. He's thrown 6 innings so far in 3 games. He's given up 1 hit, walked 2, struck out 9, hit 1 batter. Fastball outside. Hawkins has trouble with that one. Throw down to second base, but not in time to get the retreating Jack Rando. 2 balls, 2 strikes. On deck, Mason Landers. Off-speed pitch, looked like a changeup, stayed down. Count goes full. This full count brought to you by Full Count Ministries. Go to fullcountministries.com. Just had our celebration banquet this past Thursday, and 26 of these VolState Pioneer players attended that celebration banquet. Made this announcer very proud to see all those guys there. Pitch, 3-2 pitch, just misses. Heaton will take the second walk of the inning. Never heard him called anything but Butter. I've never heard anybody call him Mason. Never heard him called Landers. They just call him Butter. Don't know the story, but I'm assuming it has something to do with being a good fielder. First pitch to Landers in there for a called strike. Beautiful day here in Nashville, Tennessee. Sun shining. I think it's supposed to get up to 79, but it was 70 degrees at game time. Long check of the runner. Swung on and fouled just over the screen. Count goes 0 balls, 2 strikes. Blake Barton, Belmont catcher, on deck. Bumbelow checks at second. Huddleston working in and out, and the pitch Low and outside. Rando utilizing that hop step off of the base. I've seen that over the last couple years. It's gotten some traction. One out. Ball in the dirt, picked nicely by Hawkins. And when I say dirt, I mean turf. The entire field here at ES Rose Park is artificial turf. I believe the mound at one time was dirt, and they ultimately decided let's just go turf all the way around, make it a whole lot easier. There's a fly ball out to center field. Jake Burris will go back a few steps. Tagging on the play is Jack Rando, and he will move up to third base with 2 outs. Bring up Blake Barton. Barton from Franklin, Tennessee, Grace Christian Academy, 6 foot, 200 pounds sophomore. Good looking player. Got a chance to see him right after he finished high school. Got to play a few games with the Full Count Rhythm in the Ohio Valley League. Could tell he's an excellent fielding catcher. Brody Heaton with a very short lead at first base. See if he does the hop step. He does not go. Breaking pitch in there for a called strike. Belmont Hall of Famer Jerry Bell in attendance. Former Milwaukee Brewer right-hander in the 70s. Also coaches with Team Reese in the Full Count Fall League. I saw him, talk to him before the game. Sammy Slaughter's family is here. Another breaking pitch, called strike 2. Bumbleau trying to get out of this first inning mess with 2 walks, trying to retire Barton. Got Sam Slaughter on the first pitch of the bottom of the first. 2 walks, a fly out. Have us as first and third. That ball is down in the turf, gets by Hawkins. Throw to Bumbleau will not be in time to get Rando. And Belmont will take the early lead on a wild pitch. One run on no hits so far here in the first. First run given up by Bumbleau in his now 4th appearance. A little different opponent. There's a breaking pitch. They will check down to first base. David Mayberry says he did go. So Barton will be retired on the swinging strike 3, but the Bruins do scratch first. 1 run, no hits. No errors, 1 runner left on base. After 1, Belmont leads 1-0. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Carter Vrabel will lead off the top of the second inning for the Pioneers. Will Jenkins still on the mound. Vrabel will check a swing, check down to first base. Umpire, he says he did not go. Carter Vrabel still in at the DH spot for the Pioneers. Rehabbing an arm injury. So ground ball to short. Kirkpatrick up and over to Heaton for out number one. Connor Hawkins stepping to the plate, the catcher for the Pioneers. Connor having a very, very good fall at the plate so far. Hitting .571, 8 hits in 14 official plate appearances, a triple and a home run. First pitch he sees from Will Jenkins in there for a called strike. Connor in his second year with the Pioneers. The starting catcher last year in the spring. Transferred from Dyersburg State. There's a check swing he could not hold up on a breaking pitch. Count goes 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a foul tip back into the catcher's mitt. 3 strikeouts for Will Jenkins. He's retired the first 5 batters. First batter, he walked on 4 pitches, but then promptly picked him off. And that will bring Ethan Huddleston to the plate, number 6 hole hitter for VolState, the shortstop in his 3rd year with the Pioneers from Gallatin, Tennessee, attended Gallatin High School. He swings, fouls that pitch off to the right side. Come to ES Rose Park. You don't want to park in the parking lot off to the right. That's right next to the community center. That is a spot for broken windshields. Huddleston hitting .313, 5 for 16 in 5 games he's played thus far in the fall season. Sees a pitch down. Jenkins in danger of walking his second batter of the contest. Struck out 3 of the first 5. And there is ball 4. After getting the first 2 outs here in the second inning, ends up walking the shortstop Ethan Huddleston to bring up Landon Godsey, first baseman for VolState. Landon Godsey from Indianapolis, Indiana. Backup catcher in the spring for the Pioneers. Sees a breaking pitch down low. Getting a shot at becoming the starting first baseman. Coach McGuire trying to get his bat in the lineup. Pitch misses low and away. Jenkins will get a visit from Blake Barton. See if he can calm him down and get him to throw strikes. They both played at Grace Christian Academy, but one of them is in Knoxville, Tennessee. And one is in Franklin, Tennessee. 2 balls, no strike pitch. Throw over to first. You're going to try to get another pickoff. Very quick move. Huddleston just back in time. And I apologize that we're very close to the field here. I don't apologize for that, but the camera that I'm using doesn't have the wide enough angle. See the runner at first base as he puts his hand back on the bag. If you actually watch a Belmont game here, they've got multiple cameras and people operating the cameras. First-class operation here. There's a long drive. You can probably put that one on the board. That's off the fence. That wind held that one up. Huddleston will come in to score the run, but I'm telling you, Landon Godsey got all of that pitch. And on a regular day, that ball would have been out. The wind blowing in from left field. Godsey got all over that fastball for an RBI double. I'd have bet you lunch at McDonald's that ball was gone as soon as that hit off the bat. Then when Sam Slaughter was going back on it, I thought, well, he thinks he's got a shot at that. Hunter Searcy steps to the plate, and he swings at the first pitch that he sees and pops one out to Ethan Harden in right field, who will make the catch for out number 3. But a 2-out walk and an RBI double by Landon Godsey has tied the game at 1. We're heading to the bottom of the second. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Tanner Bumbelow back out on a mound for the Pioneers. He will face Ethan Harden, Drew Lowry, and Sam Kirkpatrick due up. So I did get a lineup from one of the assistants up here in the press box. Ethan Harden, right fielder, made the last out there in the bottom of the or top of the second inning. Sophomore from Battleground Academy here in Nashville. Hometown Franklin, Tennessee, 6 foot, 180-pound outfielder. Named to the All-OVC freshman team last year. He'll hit a ball down the right field line. It will slice foul just outside of the field of play and just in front of the new locker room office facility down the right field line. Very, very nice area for the Belmont baseball team. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 hopper, 2 hops as Landon Luderman makes the play on the short hop and throws over to Landon Godsey. So the Landon brothers combine for out number 1 here in the bottom of the second inning. Thought Luderman was going to end up getting the high hop, but ended up picking it up off the turf. And that'll bring to the plate Drew Lowry from Signal Mountain, Tennessee. And a Ohio Valley League champion. First pitch he sees from Tanner Bumbleau in there for called strike. 6'2", 200-pound junior. Business management major here. The son of Dave and Karen Lowry. Swings at a pitch. High fastball, pops that up in the infield. Looks like Godsey will make the catch in foul territory. One of the favorite players for Full Count Rhythm fans this past year. He had a fantastic year at the plate for Full Count, who ended up winning the Ohio Valley League championship. Ended up with a home run, 17 RBIs, hit .343 for the Rhythm. So with 2 outs, Bumbleau's first pitch to Sam Kirkpatrick goes high. And high pitches are typically not strikes. Breaking pitch swung on, fouled off to the right side. That'll get near the batting cages or the basketball court that is located just past the Bruins dugout down the first baseline. Pitch goes outside. Kirkpatrick, the shortstop here in first part of the action. Breaking pitch fouled straight back. Count goes 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kirkpatrick, 5'10", 195-pound junior, transfer from the College of the Holy Cross. First year here at Belmont. Full Count Ministries, Full Count. Line drive right by the shoulder and the glove of Tanner Bumbleau, and we'll get it out into center field for the first hit for the Bruins. That nearly decapitated Tanner Bumbleau. Glad we're not having to call the ambulance here. Glad Tanner was able to get out of the way of that hot shot line drive. So the first Full Count first pitch swung on and lined up the middle. And we'll bring Jeff Clark to the plate. First pitch is high. Throw over to first. Back in time, Sam Kirkpatrick. Each team now has 1 hit. Jeff Clark from Irving, Texas. Transfer from Fort Scott Community College. 6'1", 190-pound junior, I think. And another throw over as Kirkpatrick started to hop off. Throw got away from Landon Godsey, trickled into foul territory, but not far enough for Kirkpatrick to advance. Clark, a junior. Breaking pitch stays high. Coach Jarvis, Coach Aaron Smith hitting 9 batters in their lineup. Coach McGuire hitting 10. Short lead and a couple hops, and runner stays put. Changeup swung over the top. Count goes 2 balls, 1 strike. Aaron Smith coaching down at third base, going through the signs. And Cade Rogers, one of the Belmont players, has a helmet on, coaching down at first base. Getting a couple hops off, and Bumbleau throws to the plate, pitch called a ball, throw down to first base, not in time. $19 new players for Coach Jarvis here at Belmont. Freshmen and transfers to go along with 19 returners. 2-out pitch, swung on and missed. And the count goes full. Other FullCountMinistries.com, full count. Those of you keeping up, 22 for 45 thus far in the fall for full count first pitch foul balls. If he swings, typically a better chance than not that he'll foul it off, and he does not swing, and he goes down looking. Bumbleau gets a called strike 3, his second strikeout of the ball game. Strands a runner on the bases. So his 2 innings of work, he goes 1 run, 1 hit. Another successful outing for Tanner Bumbleau. We're heading to the third. You got a new pitcher on the mound for the Bruins. Tell you about him when we return. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. New pitcher for the Belmont Bruins, number 25, Joe Ruziska, right-hander from Webster Groves, Missouri, 6'3", 180-pound freshman, on to face Landon Luderman, true freshman for the Pioneers, playing third base. Today he swings at the first pitch, lines it out to left field, and I assume that is still Sammy Slaughter out there in left field, and it is. First pitch swinging from Landon Luderman. Lines out to left field. Try that one real quick. Landon Luderman lines out to left field. That will bring Matt Hall, the second baseman, to the plate. He swings at the first pitch from Ruziska. Common spelling of Ruziska, R-U-Z-I-C-K-A. Young man had to have won a lot of spelling bees in elementary school with a last name like that. Breaking pitch just missed. So if you go to the Belmont Bruins.com website for baseball, see he gets a swing and a miss on a backdoor breaking pitch. You'll see the Bruin head next to 19 players. They haven't gotten their pictures taken yet, I guess, for the website. That ball gets by Borders. Or Barton, I'm sorry. No, there's a Jalen Borders. I don't think they want him behind the plate. 6'7", left-handed pitcher. Fastball goes outside, goes to a Full Count Ministries. Full count to Matt Hall. On deck, Jake Burris, who walked in his first plate appearance. And there's ball 4. The third walk given up by Bruins pitching today. First walk by Ruziska. Jake Burris from Grove City, Ohio, steps to the plate. Jake came in hitting .300, was 3 for 10 on base average. He was been on base 10 out of 17 plate appearances. Breaking pitch in there on the outside corner called strike. Nice pitch. 1-1. Here's the Bruins tied it up in the top of the second inning on a landing Godsey double off the wall out in left field. Breaking pitch low and away. Burris walked on 4 pitches. Then on the second, after one pitch was delivered to Jacob Messer, Will Jenkins picked Burris off at first base. All right, here comes Set. Throws over to first base. Teams work on lots of different scenarios in the fall. They have more time to work on pickoffs and first and thirds and bunt plays as that fastball goes outside. Barton trying to pull it back, but home plate umpire Randy Hundley will have none of that. Burris taking a little time outside of the box, and now he is in and set. Ready to see a 2-1 pitch. Runner goes, swing and a miss. Throw down to second base is dropped by Jack Rando at second. Throw was on the money by Blake Barton, but Rando could not hang on, and Matt Hall will get a stolen base. Either a hit and run on there or Burris protecting the runner, but I'm guessing the hit and run, two balls, 1 strike, typically a good count to put a play on. Coach McGuire had it on a breaking pitch thrown by Ruziska. Barton still able to unload a good throw in quick time. There's a line drive down the right field line, but it will also go foul, out of play. Bruins scored 1 in the bottom of the first, 2 walks, and then a wild pitch brought in Jack Rando. Foul off the screen. Defense looks the same as we started. Landers, Kirkpatrick, Rando, and Heaton on the infield. Slaughter, Clark, and Harden in the outfield. Blake Barton behind the plate. New pitcher is Joe Ruziska. Another foul ball off to the right side. Jake Burris hanging tough. Third-year player from just outside of Columbus, Ohio, Jake Burris. Long look back at second. Fastball misses inside. Bring us to another full count. Ministries, full count. Burris in 2022 in the spring hit .331, led the team in at-bats, hits, doubles, and walks. Also plunked 10 times at the plate. 2021 in 32 games at a .244 average. Matt Hall goes on the pitch. Hit first slide, but Burris fouls that ball straight back. So far today, 1 for 2 on full count first pitch foul balls. Matt Hall had a good jump. Looks like Coach McGuire will try to get some action going on the base paths a little more this year. He has a little bit quicker lineup. 1 out. Runner in scoring position. Rando over to second. He will get back, and Ruziska will step off and reset. Ruziska has the sign and delivers on the outside corner, called strike 3. Fastball that must have fooled Burris as he goes down looking for out number 2. First strikeout for Ruziska. Brings to the plate Jacob Messer. He struck out swinging in the first. Now trying to drive in a run with 2 outs, just like Landon Godsey did in the top of the second. Messer has played in 5 of the 8 games for VolState, hitting .333. He's been on base 10 out of 18. A throw back to second base as Sam Kirkpatrick works his way in behind Matt Hall. Throw was in the dirt, not in time. Messer has a double and 3 RBIs, has walked 5 times and been hit by a pitch. There's a pitch on the outside corner. Thank you all for joining me today for VolState and Belmont baseball. Swing and a foul straight back, and that'll be just like a pitch back. Ball will return to Joe Ruziska. It's one of the niceties from the staff here. They gave me a pronunciation guide, which is very helpful. Colette Kaiser with the assist on that. Pitch goes high. Colette's been with the Belmont athletic program for a number of years. It's amazing. She's only 29 years old, probably been here for 20 years. Swing and a miss, and Messer goes down swinging. So Ruziska with a walk, but ends up striking out the next 2 batters. He retired the side. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 runner left on base. Going to the bottom of the third. 1-1. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Have a Summit Concrete call to the bullpen for the Pioneers. Coming in relief, number 26, right-hander Cade Sanders from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Hendersonville High School second-year player for VolState. He is on for his fourth game of the fall. He's thrown 5 innings, given up 2 hits, no runs, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts. He will probably be throwing 1 inning here in this scrimmage, and he will face the top of the order, Sam Slaughter, Jack Rando, and Brody Heaton. As Sam Slaughter from Stewart's Creek High School stands in front of catcher Caleb Hawkins. They were teammates at Stewart's Creek High School. Cade Sanders, who played in the Ohio Valley League last year for the Henderson Flash, throwing to last year Franklin Dueler, Sam Slaughter. The first pitch that Sanders delivers, called strike 1. Sammy didn't swing it. First offering he saw this time. Wants a little longer plate appearance. Cade Sanders, the son of another Belmont Hall of Famer, Clay Sanders. Played shortstop for Dave Witten just a few years back. Slaughter pops that one up over the third baseman's head. Shortstop Ethan Huddleston will go out, and he will miss that ball as it just drops in foul territory. He knew that he had gotten too far over to the fence as that ball started to come back. He's lucky that ball landed in foul territory. Landon Luderman didn't have a chance. That was straight behind him. And Sam Slaughter's, the owner of the Franklin Duelers, is the third base umpire, Phil Kundle. So there's a lot of connections here today at ES Rose Park. Sam Slaughter played for Full Count Rhythm in 2021 and played with the Franklin Duelers, who actually played their games in Bowling Green last year. Changeup misses down low, so Slaughter gets a second life here in this at-bat after Huddleston not able to handle that pop-up. Breaking pitch, or a fastball just missed outside. I thought home plate umpire Randy Hundley was fixing to ring Sam Slaughter up. We have a full count. Ministries.com, full count. There's another ground ball to second base. High hop to Matt Hall. He gets this one out of his glove cleanly and throws on to first for the first out. Slaughter with 2 ground outs to the second baseman. Bring Jack Rando to the plate. He walked and scored in the first inning. Cade Sanders in his spring with the Pioneers had 12 appearances. As that breaking pitch missed maybe high. He had 3 starts, had a 2-3 record, 1 save, 21 2/3 innings. 26 strikeouts for the young right-hander who went to Alabama right out of high school, not to play baseball, but just to go to college. Missed it in his bones. Decided to transfer to VolState last year. Now in his sophomore season, swinging a foul tip at the plate. Count goes 2 balls, 1 strike. Here in the bottom of the third, Brody Heaton on deck. Rando, also a former Franklin Dueler a couple of years ago. Phil Kundle was his general manager, owner. Breaking pitch in there for a called strike. 2021 found out that he and Full Count Rhythm player Matthew Batts were teammates at Brentwood High School. There's a hard ground ball. Matt Hall staying busy over there at second base. He will throw over to Godsey and retire Rando. 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the third. Sanders looking for a clean inning. He'll throw to the 6'5" first baseman for the Bruins, Brody Heaton. First pitch misses. Heaton named to the All-OVC second team last spring. Had a number of clutch hits for the Bruins from my recollection from listening to Rich Tyner call action for the Bruins. When I wasn't broadcasting VolState, I would listen in to the Belmont games, and he started to go on that breaking pitch, but held up, called a strike. Played in all 59 games last year for Belmont, as I read his bio here. Starting all at first base, hit .325, 13 home runs, 62 RBIs. Played on a team with another pretty good player, a guy named Guy Lipscomb, center fielder, who was drafted. That pitch misses just inside. Ball 4, Guy Lipscomb. Drafted in the 5th round by the Cleveland Guardians. Another local product from Franklin, Tennessee. Had a phenomenal year for Belmont last year. Coach Dave Jarvis looking to find his replacement. So the second time Brody Heaton has walked today. First base runner given up by Cade Sanders. He'll face Mason Landers. Looks at a pitch down low. Two outs. Brody Heaton on at first base. Probably not a threat to steal, but he might surprise you. Big hop off. He does not go. That slider misses outside. Landers from Shelbyville, Tennessee. Or as the locals say it, Shelbyville. You don't even hardly hear the "vull" at the end. It's Shelbyville. Breaking pitch in there for called strike. 6'1", 195-pound junior. Appeared in 32 games last year for the Bruins. Breaking pitch stays inside. A backup slider. Gone 3-1 to his second consecutive batter after getting 2 ground balls to the second baseman. Landers flew out to center field for the second out in the first inning. Swings and drives that ball into center field. That'll get down in front of Jake Burris. Heaton will try to go to third. Throw in is not in time. It will hit the home plate umpire, who's down to make the call at third. And Landers will move to second base on the throw. So a hustle play by Brody Heaton, who's heading to third base on that line drive to center field. It's a rocket off the bat of Mason Landers, and that puts runners at second and third. 2 outs. Blake Barton coming to the plate again with runners in scoring position. So the second hit of the afternoon for the Bruins puts runners at second and third. Barton sees a breaking pitch stay high. Sanders trying to get out without giving up a run. But he'll have to go through Blake Barton to do it. Another breaking pitch. That'll get in there for a called strike. Barton played in 20 games last year for the Bruins, hit .290. 9 hits and 31 at-bats. 5 walks. Just missed. Did Sanders with that pitch. Count goes 2 balls, 1 strike. Good hitters count for Barton. Played those 20 games last year as a true freshman. Breaking pitch drilled over the top of the leaping Landon Luderman. That'll drive in two. Barton will head down to second base. Jacob Messer has a little trouble picking that one up, but that was a hanging breaking ball that Blake Barton did not miss. Bruins take a 3-1 lead here in the bottom of the third. So Barton struck out on a check swing in the first, but he delivered on that line drive. Landon Luderman would have had to have been about 10 inches taller maybe to make that grab. 2 outs, 2 runs in. Line drive out to right field. First pitch swinging Ethan Harden. Jace Mizell will come in to make the catch for out number 3. But the Bruins break the tie with 2 runs on 2 hits. No errors, 1 runner left on base. 3-1 Bruins now lead after 3. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. New pitcher on the mound for the Belmont Bruins, number 4, Simon Tesh, 6'4", 220-pound freshman from Knoxville, Tennessee, attended Christian Academy in Knoxville. I'm not sure if that's Grace Christian Academy or just Christian Academy there in Knoxville. Joe Ruziska, in his 1 inning of work, walked 1, struck out 2, did not give up a hit or a run. Tesh will face the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the lineup for the Belmont Bruins. Jace Mizell, Carter Vrabel, Connor Hawkins scheduled to appear here in the top of the 4th. Belmont took the lead with a 2-out, 2-run double by catcher Blake Barton. Jace Mizell has struck out to end the first inning. Sees the first pitch from Tesh in there for a called strike. Pitch way outside. One of the 19 new players. It's like a hard-throwing right-hander, just missed. Belmont has had a number of excellent pitchers roll through here over the last several years. Dylan King, one of those right-handers, pitching in minor leagues in the Angels organization. Had an excellent year. I believe he was in high A ball. Pitching in relief. 3-1. On the outside corner as Jace Mizell started to toss his bat back to the on-deck circle, but hangs on to it. We'll have a fullcountministries.com full count. That pitch nearly hits Mizell as he does a two-step back, and he will reach with a leadoff walk. Brings it to plate Carter Vrabel. Grounded out to short in the second inning. Vrabel from Father Ryan High School right here in Nashville, Tennessee. Transfer from Wabash Valley College in his second year with the Pioneers. He'll look at a fastball for called strike. Vrabel hitting .308, played in 5 games as this fall. 4 for 13, 2 doubles and a home run, 6 RBIs. All from the DH or EH role so far. Carter Vrabel hit .250 last year, and he hits a ground ball that will go foul. Got jammed on that pitch. Spring of 22, Carter led the team in home runs with 12 and RBIs with 40, hit .250 as a batting average while playing third base for VolState. Down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes to Simon Tesh, and he will step off and throw over to first base. Chase Jace back to first. Tesh has the sign, comes set. Pitch, 0-2 pitch, just missed down low. Vrabel, 6'3", 210 pounds. Just gets a piece of that breaking pitch. Fouls it off. Son of Mike and Jennifer Vrabel, the younger brother to Tyler. Maybe Papa and Grammy in Akron, Ohio might be watching and listening. Or Papa and Graham in Dubuque, Iowa. Just gets a piece of it, and Blake Barton hangs on for swinging strike 3. Vrabel just barely got a piece of it, but that ball was dying as it got to the plate. Barton able to hang on for out number 1. Connor Hawkins stepping to the plate. He struck out in the second inning. Hawkins played shortstop in high school. First pitch in there for a called strike. Shortstop, and I think he must have played a little bit behind the plate. Otherwise, he's learned a lot in college. The son of Ray and Misty Hawkins from Smyrna, Tennessee. Swings and fouls that pitch off. Tesh getting ahead of the hitters. Another one down 0-2 after walking Mizell to lead off the inning. Hawkins, a general studies major at Volunteer State. There's a pitch on the outside corner called strike 3. So with 2 outs, that brings Ethan Huddleston to the plate. He walked and scored in the second inning. So a walk and 2 strikeouts brings Huddleston to the plate. Fastball stays high. Huddleston, 5'11", 190-pound redshirt sophomore, son of Shannon and Dan Zettel. Breaking pitch in there for a called strike. Got in only 12 games this past spring due to a couple injuries that he suffered. The last one on a hit by pitch. The first one was on a diving play as that breaking pitch misses away. In 2021, he played in 32 games, had 84 at-bats, hit .250 for the season. 4 doubles, a triple, and a home run as he sees another pitch on the outside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Everything seems to have been up or away to Ethan. See if Tesh comes inside. He'll throw over to first base. Mizell back in there safely. Wouldn't expect Jace to be stealing with a 2-2 count. That pitch way outside will go to a full count. FullCountMinistries.com full count. Brody Heaton will tell Simon Tesh, the pitcher, that he's playing back as we have 2 outs. Mizell will be on the move with the pitch. Huddleston, if he can get something in a gap and get it to the wall, Mizell should score. So the 3-2 pitch swung on and missed. Nope, not missed, but foul tipped. Back into the glove of Blake Barton, who hangs on to 2 of them. So after walking Jace Mizell to lead off the inning, Tesh comes back to strike out the next 3 batters he faces. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base. After 3.5, we're scheduled for 5. 3 5-inning games, as I understand it. We're heading to the bottom of the 4th. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Drew Lowry will lead off the bottom of the 4th inning for the Bruins. Cade Sanders back out on the mound for VolState. Lowry popped out to first baseman in foul territory in his first plate appearance in the 2nd inning. Young man from Signal Mountain, Tennessee. He swings to the first pitch, grounds one over the pitcher's head. Matt Hall will try to make a play on the run, but Drew Lowry runs well, and he will get a leadoff infield single. Sure, he'll be happy for that single to show up in the scorebook, but won't be one he'll brag about later on, but that will take the place of a line drive that somebody catches later on. So 1 on, and Sam Kirkpatrick, who singled up the middle, nearly took the head of Tanner Bumbelow as a throw over to first base, is blocked by Landon Godsey. Got his catching body out there and kept that one from going to the fence. Sanders comes set, breaking pitch at the knees on the outside corner for called strike. So Kirkpatrick has come back home from Franklin, Tennessee. Transfer of the throw over to first base. Transfer from the College of Holy Cross. I believe it was Grayson Taylor who was a shortstop for Belmont the last couple of years. And he no longer on the roster as Lowry hops off. Breaking pitch in there for called strike. Lowry had 16 stolen bases for the full count rhythm this past summer in 17 attempts. He got to the rhythm about 2 weeks, maybe 10 days into the season after finishing up with Belmont in the Ohio Valley Conference tournament up in Lexington, Kentucky. I think he had a wedding to go to before getting to Belmont. Getting to full count of the throw over. He's back. So those two faced each other last year in the Ohio Valley League. Kate Sanders throwing for the Henderson Flash. Drew Lowry playing third base for the Rhythm. Changeup misses down low. Could not get Kirkpatrick to bite on that one. Thank you all for joining us today. I'm sure the Burris clan up in Grove City are tuned in. The Mizels from Metropolis, Illinois. There's a breaking pitch that's smashed out the left field, but Jacob Messer will get in front of that and make the catch for out number one. Hot shot right there by Kirkpatrick on the slow breaking pitch, but he hit it close enough for Messer to come over and make the catch. Jeff Clark steps to the plate, number 9 hole hitter for Belmont. Struck out looking in the second inning. Fastball stays high. Clark, another transfer from Fort Scott Community College, hometown of Irving, Texas, 6'1", 190 pounds. Getting the start out in in center field for the Bruins. Lowry on the hop here. He will get into second base. Head first slide. Pitch called a ball. Throw was a little late and a little short. Lowry now gets into scoring position. Leadoff man Sam Slaughter on deck. Sanders looks back and will try the play at second base to try to pick off Lowry. Huddleston gets in there behind him, but the throw's just a hair late. Warming up here in Nashville, 74 degrees now at 1:20 Central Time. Swing at a ball in the turf, gets by Hawkins. And Lowry will move up to third base on the wild pitch. So here you talk about situational hitting now. 2-ball, 1-strike count to Clark. He's got a runner at third and less than 2 outs. They practice this in batting practice on a regular basis. See if you can drive that run in. The infield is in to try to cut it off. Ball's outside. Got another left-handed hitter on deck. Sanders try to go after Jeff Clark here with a 3-1 pitch. Breaking pitch hit to Gotze will bobble, throw home. The throw is in time to get Lowry. Gotze was thinking about trying to step on first base as he was just a just a half a step away, but he bobbled the ball and knew he couldn't step on the bag and throw home. So he just made the throw to the plate, and it was in time to get Drew Lowry. So Clark will reach on the fielder's choice. Lowry out 3-2 on the putout. Sam Slaughter will step to the plate. First pitch goes down stairs for ball one. So 2 outs now here in the bottom of the fourth. So a successful plan of bringing the infield in as Godsey was at the bases. That ball is hit out to right field to be an easy play for Jace Mizell. Sam Slaughter now 0 for 3 on the afternoon as Sanders gives up the leadoff single, but is able to retire the Bruins without giving up a run. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left on base. We're through 4 innings, and another full count rhythm player stepping to the mound for the Bruins. Tell you about him when we return. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. New pitcher on the mound for the Belmont Bruins, former full count rhythm player Will Pryor from Whitwell, Tennessee, a true freshman here at Belmont. And he will face Landon Godsey leading off the top of the 5th. First pitch, the fastball inside to Godsey, fouls off toward the Pioneers dugout. Godsey hit a double off the left center field wall to drive in the only run of the game so far for VolState. Fastball stays high and tight. Will Pryor, hard-throwing right-hander. A quick worker. You don't have time to turn around with Will Pryor on the mound. He gets the ball, and he gets the sign, and he will throw it. Swinging a foul ball straight back. So in about 3.8 seconds, we've got 4 pitches thrown, 2 foul balls, and 2 pitches out of the zone. Will doesn't like you talking about his family too much, I guess, as he throw one in the dirt for a full count. So this full count will be brought to you by his parents, Chris and Christy Pryor. Try to get them in while I can. And his 3 sisters, Emma, Ella, and Avery. Pop and Gran in Whitwell, and Nana in Dalton, Georgia, as Landon Godsey stays hot. Line drive down the left field line. It'll go to the wall. Godsey will pull into second base with his second double of the afternoon. Looks like Drew Lowry out in left field now. As before I start saying who's making a play, I'm going to have to look at a number. So a leadoff double for Godsey. Hunter Searcy steps to the plate. Will Pryor at the stretch. Fastball high and inside. Will said that his dad was going to be in attendance here. Chris Pryor. They were at quite a few games, just a couple hours away as Whitwell's at breaking pitch misses. Low and away. 2 balls, no strikes to Hunter Searcy, whose mom and dad and Nana from Linden, Kentucky are here. Larry and Dodie from Louisville in attendance. Always good to see them at a VolState game. And that pitch hits Hunter Searcy off the helmet. Will Pryor is not throwing softballs up there either, folks. He's throwing some absolute bullets, and Hunter will get a visit from head coach Jim McGuire and assistant coach John Rappel as the trainer will come over. I'm going to guess Brock Potter, but only because his name's showing on the baseball support staff. And Hunter Searcy will go take a seat, and Big J Charla will come out to run for Searcy at first base. So meeting from Blake Barton and Jack Rando out to talk to Will Pryor. Nobody out. Runners at first and second, and Landon Luderman to the plate. He lined out to the left field. He will square around to bunt and bunt one right over the press box. As Landers was charging, Kirkpatrick coming over to cover third base on the bunt play. Coach McGuire going through the signs for the only true freshman in the starting lineup for VolState, Landon Luderman. They're going to throw back to second base, and they will not be able to get Landon Godsey. Throw to Jack Rando as we're down to one umpire in the field as David Mayberry has gone to get his gear on to go behind the plate. So Phil Kundle makes the call at second. Says that Landon Godsey is safe. Again, plays that I'm sure Belmont has been working on here. Another breaking pitch that Luderman will pull the bat back. Very sharp breaking pitch. The easiest pitch to bunt is a slow breaking pitch. But you get a sharp breaker out there, or you get a 90-plus mile an hour fastball that's rising, those are hard to bunt. Another bunt attempt and another bunt straight back. This one will hit off the screen, be retrieved by Matt Hall, who's on deck. And Luderman down in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. On deck is Matt Hall. Pryor, it's a ground ball. Heaton will wheel and throw over to second base to get the lead runner there. Will Pryor over covering first base on the return throw from Sam Kirkpatrick, and they will get him out. I thought he called him safe. They will turn that double play on the 3-6-1 double play. You don't see that one turned. That puts runner at third with 2 outs now. Matt Hall, check swing, and he'll hit one down the right field line, but he knew it was going to twist just foul. He did not hop out of that box after about 4 steps. He shut it down. Great turn on that double play. Godsey now moves over to third base. Matt Hall trying to drive in a run with 2 outs, swings and misses Actually, foul tips it into the catcher's mitt. Been several occasions for that to happen. Hall walked and stole second, but was stranded there in the third inning. Will Pryor trying to get out of 2 on and nobody out. Blake Barton keeps that ball from the backstop. Pryor back at it. 1-2 pitch. Breaking pitch outside as all 4 of the infielders for Belmont started to run off the field. Count goes 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pryor has the sign. Swing and a miss. And down goes Hall. So the first strikeout for Will Pryor after a double and a hit batter. Gets a 3-6-1 double play and then a strikeout. And will retire the Pioneers. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. Going to the bottom of the 5th, 3-1, Belmont leads. Don't think we'll probably clear it after this inning would be my guess. Let them go ahead and bat in the bottom of the 5th and then have a whole new start. So we'll tell you about the new Pioneer pitcher when we return. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Summit Concrete call to the bullpen. Calls Chase Birdwell for the Pioneers. Birdwell is on for his 5th appearance of the year. He's thrown 3 1/3. Yet to give up a hit or a run. Walked 2, struck out 6. And he will face 2, 3, and 4 in the Bruin lineup. Jack Rando, Brody Heaton, Mason Landers scheduled for the Bruins. First pitch to Rando, misses down. Rando has walked and scored and grounded out to second base. Fastball misses inside. So this should be the end of the first iteration of the scrimmage after this 5-inning stretch. Jack Rando squares the bunt. Ball goes inside. Count goes to 3 balls and no strikes. Randy Hundley will finish his 5 innings behind the plate, and David Mayberry will come behind the plate for the next set of innings. 3-0 pitch. Misses for a 4-pitch walk to Jack Rando. Second time that he's been issued a free pass today by a Pioneer pitcher. Cade Sanders went 2 innings, gave up 3 hits, 2 runs. They were earned. Walked 1 in his 2 innings. Brody Heaton will step to the plate. He has walked twice. Stranded at second in the first. Breaking pitch misses down low. And walked and scored. He and Landers scored on a double by Blake Barton. A 2-out knock. by Barton. Again, very short lead by Rando. He starts to head to second, but holds up as first pitch by Birdwell. It is called a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to Brody Heaton. Chase Birdwell from Lebanon, Tennessee. The runner had a hop, and no throw will be made as the pitch called a ball. Connor Hawkins had no chance as, once again, Rando short lead, but one of those hop steps. And when he hop step and Birdwell's heading to the plate, he just keeps on rolling. So runner now at second base. Throw, he'll go to third, and the throw down, not be in time. Rando making his way around the bases. As there's Chris Pryor right there, coming up to let me know he's here. Count 3-1 to Brody Heaton, and he will take his third free pass and put runners at the corners. So 2 walks here to lead off the 5th inning. Mason Landers will step to the plate. He's 1 for 2. Singled and went to second base on the throw when Brody Heaton went from first to third on a line drive to center field. First pitch into Landers in there for a called strike. So let's see what play they put on for the first and third. I've been working on it for several weeks up in Gallatin. Brody Heaton with a 2-step lead and then a hop, but Birdwell holds on to the ball a little bit longer, and Heaton starts to head back, and the breaking pitch in there for called strike. Landers now down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Birdwell, a physical therapy major in his 3rd year at VolState. Heaton with a hop. And the pitch is swung on and fouled straight back. Birdie, as they call him, is the son of Deanna and Troy Rogers, and the big brother to Riley, Reese, Raylan, and Mackenzie. 4 little sisters. Grandson of Nana and Gandy in Gallatin, and Gigi and Paul in Lebanon. Breaking pitch swung on, and that will get down to the new locker room building. Gonna have to find out what the name of that building is. I was here when they had the dedication to it. Got to see all around it. The coaches' offices are there, I think, for baseball, soccer, and softball at least. First and third, Heaton starts to go, holds up, pitch fouled straight back. Count remains no balls, 2 strikes. If you haven't been out here to Rose Park, you can, just to the left, you can see a grassy area. There's a pavilion up there. And there's some folks that will sit down up that way. There's a parking lot past center field. Heaton will go on this one. Throw down to second. It's not going to be in time. And the run will score on the throw down. Pitch was high. Not a great pitch to throw on, but the double steal works for the Bruins. Heaton had a good jump off of first. Throw was late getting down there. Landers now looking to drive in the 5th run for, as Brody Heaton gets hit with the line drive. He will be out. He was running on the play. You just don't see that very often. Hit a base runner, win a stake. Mason Landers will owe Brody Heaton a steak, maybe, or vice versa. I'm going to have to figure out the scoring on that, honestly. I know that Heaton is out. Probably Luderman gets the put out. But Mason Landers will get on at first base. They'll bring Blake Barton to the plate. First pitch to Barton. Misses low and inside. I'm not sure if Landers is credited with a single there. Doesn't happen that often that I have to remember that play, but I'll try to look it up and let you folks know. As runner starts to go, the ball's popped up in the infield. Gotze is going back, and he doesn't know where it is. It falls in fair territory. Matt Hall will pick it up, throw to second base to force out Mason Landers at second base. So that's the old fielder's choice 4-6. Gotze was looking up. I thought he was giving the international sign for I have no idea where this ball is. But Matt Hall did not recognize that as he was also looking up into the sky. But regardless, 2 outs and a runner on at first base. And that runner is Blake Barton. Ethan Harden, the runner goes again. The pitch is outside. They are running and running and running. So Harden, 1 ball, no strikes, and a runner at second base, 2 outs. Here in the last inning of the first part of the scrimmage, Birdwell will step off. Belmont now leading 4-1. They will win the first 5 innings. Barton leading off second base. There's a line drive out to Jacob Messer in left field. He will make the catch for out number 3 to retire the Bruins, and that will end this first 5-inning scrimmage as Belmont will take this one 4-1. We will take a short break and come back with probably a whole new squad. Maybe it's not that long of a break. We got a new home plate umpire, and I think we're just going to roll right on, apparently. So this will be fun. I won't even have time to figure out what happens there in the when you hit a line drive off of somebody. So we'll figure that one out. I have to write a little note there. Line drive off runner. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be back for a new ball game. You listen to the VolState Sports Network. All right, we're working on the fly here, folks. Jake Burris will lead off this new inning or set of innings. Clearing the bases, resetting the count, resetting the runs, and getting us to the top of the first inning with a ball one and a strike one now. Guessing that Coach will go with the same group for a little bit. Jake Burris leading off. New pitcher for Belmont. I'll get his number. Fastball misses high. There we go. Caleb Geiswhite. Second-year player for the Bruins. Tapper toward third base. Drew Lowry on the run will make a great play to retire Burris. So Drew Lowry has moved from the DH spot to the left field spot to third base now to retire Jake Burris on a nice running play. Caleb Geiswhite from Greenbrier, Tennessee, attended White House Heritage High School, 6'2", 190-pound sophomore. First pitch to Messer is fouled off to the left side. Count goes 1 ball, 1 strike. Messer 0 for 2 in that first scrimmage. 2 strikeouts, looking to put the bat on the ball here in this second 5 innings. Geiswhite steps off. The new home plate umpire, David Mayberry. Phil Kundle down at first base. Randy Hundley taking a break, taking his equipment off. There's a hard smash that will get foul down the right field line. Messer all over that pitch. One, two, swing and a miss, and down goes Messer. Like a changeup. Never came around in the hitting zone at all. Good pitch by Geiswhite. First strikeout for Caleb, and that will bring Jace Mizell to the plate. Jace looks at it, called strike one. Mizell struck out and walked in his 2 previous plate appearances. Swing and a miss on a slider. The outside corner. There's a breaking pitch in there for a called strike. So 3 pitches, and down goes Mizell. Looking, so Geiswhite faces 3 and retires all 3. Geiswhite, common spelling, Guisewite. I'd heard his name last year, so I wasn't quite as unfamiliar with it. Not sure if he's going to go 1 or 2 innings here for the Bruins here in the second set of 5. On the mound for the Pioneers, Eli Klotfelter, who I think will get a chance to go 2 innings. A young man who I think finished high school at Indianapolis, Indiana. But from Georgia. I believe his parents have now moved back to Ringgold, Georgia. I can find his information. Here we go. 5'10", 190-pound sophomore, true sophomore. Majoring in business administration, the son of Rob and Crystal Klopfelter, the brother to Maggie. Papaw lives in Ringgold, Georgia, and Mimi lives in Tunnel Hill, Georgia. Klopfelter on for his 4th appearance of the fall. He's gone 5 innings, given up 3 hits, 2 runs that were earned, walked 4, struck out 8, and has hit 2 batters. Leading off for the Bruins, Jack Rando. Who is back at second base. For the Bruins. Rando had 3 plate appearances in the first 5-inning scrimmage, walked twice, scored twice, and grounded out. So he was 0 for 1 with 2 runs scored. Klopfelter has gone 0-2 now to Jack Rando. Looking back, a bit surprised at that called strike from Brentwood High School, just south of Nashville, Tennessee. 5'8", 175-pound junior. Fastball goes high and away. Breaking pitch misses high. Looks like the defensive positioning and fielders are still the same for the Pioneers. I'll go through those here in just a minute. 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Klopfelter retires the first batter he sees on strikes. Drew Lowry will come to the plate here in the bottom of the first inning. Playing third base. Lowry was 1 for 2, had an infield single, a stolen base. He sees a breaking pitch in there for a called strike. Swings and fouls that ball straight back. Drew has a grandpa and a Nana Jean in Youngstown, Ohio, and a papa and a Nana in Dunlap, Tennessee, Sequatchie County. I'll be heading there tomorrow. Breaking pitch missed somewhere. Tough pitch to take with 2 strikes on you. Drew Lowry with a good eyesight. Swinging a line drive over the outstretched arm of Matt Hall into second base. Jake Burris on it quickly. Gets it back in the infield, but Drew Lowry with a line drive into center field. A 1-out single. Brings up Brody Heaton, who's looking to get the bat off his shoulders here in game 2. Walked 3 times in the first 5-inning scrimmage. Fastball goes high. Lowry with the traditional leadoff. Throw over to first base, not in time. Landon Luderman at third, Ethan Huddleston at short, Matt Hall at second, Landon Godsey at first. Caleb Hawkins behind the plate, Jacob Messer in left, Jake Burris in center, and the third Jace Mizell in right field. Eli Klopfelter on the mound, throws another fastball high and tight to Brody Heaton. Definitely don't want to allow Brody Heaton to get his arms extended. A strong young man. Blake Barton on deck for the Bruins. And Lowry is picked there. He started that hop off, and Eli Klopfelter was waiting on that one. Drew went just a little bit too far. Klopfelter turned to throw at the right time, and Gotze put the tag on Lowry as he went back head first, but called out. Fastball on the outside corner. Klopfelter trying to get out of the inning. Happier to see Heaton at the plate with nobody on. Now goes 3 balls, 1 strike. The 3-1 pitch, and there's ball 4. Brody Heaton with the walk fest here. He is walking into October like he owns it. Here on October 1st. For those of us retired federal employees, the beginning of a new fiscal year. I'll make sure the retirement check keeps coming in so I can have the opportunity to broadcast VolState baseball games. Blake Barton steps to the plate. 2 outs and Brody Heaton on. We've already seen Brody take off in a 1st and 3rd situation. Fastball stays inside. Barton 1 for 3 with a 2-run double in game 1. Probably in a DH role here as that pitch goes high. Klopfelter now 3 balls, no strikes to number 4 hole hitter, Ethan Harden on deck. Four-pitch walk to Barton. After striking out Jack Rando to lead off the inning, gave up a single to Lowry, then ultimately picked off Drew Lowry at first base, and then has walked Brody Heaton and Blake Barton to bring Ethan Harden to the plate. Harden 0 for 3 in game 1. Ground out, fly out, and a line out. It's a chance to drive in runs with 2 outs. That pitch nearly hits him. He gets past Caleb Hawkins. Runners will advance 90 feet. Pass ball in my book to Caleb Hawkins. I think he thought that ball was actually going to hit Harden. It may have been trying to play the carom, but Harden was able to spin out of the way of that pitch and ended up hitting off of Hawkins' glove. Went to the backstop. Klopfelter looks out at runners at 2nd and 3rd, and that breaking pitch does get by Hawkins. That'll go to the backstop, and Heaton will score the first run of the ball game, which is exactly how the first 5 innings started. A wild pitch brought in run number 1. That right now is an unearned run as pass ball moved Brody Heaton over to 3rd base. There's a pitch right down the can to Harden. 2 balls and a strike. I got 2 outs. You guys got 2 outs on the scoreboard, or am I not seeing it? Okay. There's a ground ball to second. It should end the inning. Matt Hall over to Godsey for out number 3. But one run does come across. There was one hit, no errors. One runner left on base. After 1-0, the Bruins lead. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Heading to the top of the second, Carter Vrabel will lead off for the Pioneers, facing Caleb Geiswhite. He hits a towering fly ball out to center field. Ethan Harden will get under that one for a one-pitch out for Caleb Geiswhite. Carter Vrabel got under that one just a hair, had a pitch to handle, just got under it, and will bring Connor Hawkins to the plate. He will also swing at the first pitch that he sees and come up empty. Ethan Huddleston on deck. Swing and a miss. Breaking pitch outside. Hawkins was fooled on there. Connor 0 for 2 in game 1. Struck out twice. Strikes out thrice now as he swings at that off-speed pitch. Third strikeout for Geiswhite. 5 up, 5 down for the young man from just up the road in Robertson County, Greenbrier, Tennessee. Ethan Huddleston steps to the plate. Sees a breaking pitch in there for a called strike. Geiswhite must have lunch plans. He's got to get his 2 innings in and get out as that ball is popped up over the first baseman's head. Brody Heaton back to get it. It will land in foul territory. A diving attempt by, I believe that's Jack Rando still. As 5'8" and 6'5" nearly collide, and if you're in that matchup right there, you don't want to be Jack Rando. Brody Heaton went after that like it was his. But Rando playing Huddleston up the middle a little bit, so a long way for Jack Rando to go to try to get that one. Huddleston gets another chance. No balls, 2 strikes. Fastball misses high and inside. Geiswhite delivers another ball. Fouled off to the right side. In the spring, Geiswhite got in 8 games for the Bruins. 7 innings, gave up 8 hits, 5 runs. They were earned, walked 5, struck out 8. Faced 35 batters, and he throws an off-speed pitch here and gets Huddleston way out front for strike 3. So Geiswhite's day is probably finished, and finishes with 6 up, 6 down, and 4 strikeouts. So a good outing by Caleb Geiswhite. And we will head to the bottom of the second inning. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Leading off for the Bruins in the bottom of the second inning to face Eli Klotfelter. One of the 19 new guys, Chase Catafias, all the way from Ladera Ranch, California. He is standing on the right side, and he will see a first pitch breaking ball from Klotfelter, called strike. Catafias playing right field for the Bruins. Another breaking pitch that slides a little bit too far outside. One pitch goes low. On deck, left fielder Wyatt Fuchs. There's a ground ball right back up the middle. Matt Hall will make the grab, throw on the run over to Godsey to retire Catafias. Again, common spelling of all these names. Catafias spelled K-A-T-A-F-I-A-S. Catafias. Just like it's spelled. Wyatt Fuchs, F-O-O-K-S. Steps to the plate for his first AB of the afternoon. He taps the first pitch he sees, and Lane and Luderman will try to make that the only play he could, and that's that quick snag. Well, ball, they'll not be able to get that one in the glove, so Fuchs will get on first base. An E5 in my book. I'm not sure the official score for the game here. You guys agree to that? There you go. Tough play, but it's one you got to make. Brings to the plate. Caden, we've got to go to the pronunciation guide again. Gallison, G-A-L-A-S-O-N. Not as hard as it looked, but I don't like to start off wrong. Caden Gallison. Throw over to first base, not in time. 6 foot, 175-pound freshman from Kathleen, Georgia, on for his first appearance of the afternoon. Breaking pitch on the outside corner. Wyatt Fuchs had the hop lead and started to go, but stopped. I think he wishes he hadn't. One on, one out. It's a timing play, breaking pitch called strike. Definitely something that's newer in the game. There must be some kind of analytics that says that works well, but we've had one pickoff using it. We've had a pickoff of a Pioneer player, basically, I think, maybe not paying attention, but that fastball misses high and inside. But if you hop at the wrong time, you are toasted cheese if he throws over at just that moment. So Caden Gallison playing shortstop. There's a line drive into right field. That'll get down for a base hit. Chase Mizell makes the grab on one hop. And runners now at first and second with one out. Second hit of the ball game for the Bruins. So an error and a base hit. Runners at first and second for Belmont. Heath Owen, the catcher, stepping to the plate, batting in the 9 hole. Heath Owen, 6 foot, 180-pound freshman from Marietta, Georgia. Breaking pitch misses outside. Klottfelter got Catafias to ground out to start the inning. Then a soft ground ball that Landon Luderman could not glove. Allowed Wyatt Fuchs, and there's a square to bunt. Owen pulls the bat back, and the ball's down low. Count goes 2 balls, no strikes. We might see now a fake bunt double steal. So I think we got all true freshmen here. Fuchs, Gallison, and Owen. Klottfelter will wheel and throw to Huddleston at second base, but Fuchs will be back in time. High chopper that Huddleston has to wait back on at shortstop. And a tough play right there. Not sure that he would even have gotten Owen there on the play. Is Owen that slow? So you guys are going E6 there? All right, I will defer. So bases now loaded with one out. Jack Rando, the leadoff batter, steps to the plate. Breaking pitch misses outside. So Klottfelter has given up 1 hit in the inning. And 2 slow tappers or high bouncers to third and short that have not been handled. Another pitch tapped foul to the Pioneers on deck circle. So 2 errors in the inning. The 1 run given up in the bottom of the first was unearned. Klottfelter pitching in a little bit of tough luck. The 2 hits, though, were line drive hits. Breaking pitch misses high. And the 2-1 pitch, low and outside. Nowhere to put Jack Rando. Bases are loaded. Rando struck out in the first. Bruins in the first 5-inning game had 4 runs on 4 hits. There's another hit right there. Line drive right up the middle. Should score 2. Runner from first heading over to third base. The throw is not in time. And Rando will cruise into second base on the 2-run single right up the middle. So the errors have come back to haunt the Pioneers. Runners now at second and third with one out. Owen looked like he was running pretty good from first to third there on that pitch, as that pitch hits Lowry in the left shoulder. Breaking pitch that stayed inside a little bit too far, and that will load the bases back again. Two runs in as Fuchs, who reached on an error, and Gallison, who singled, have scored. Owen down at third, Brando at second, and Lowry at first base as Brody Heaton steps to the plate. He looks at a called strike. Walked 4 times in 4 plate appearances so far for Brody. Surprised he didn't go hacking at the first pitch that he saw that was close to the plate. He does swing at that one and lifts one out to left center field. This one will not be caught. It will one-hop the fence. 3 runs will score, and Brody Heaton will stand up at second base with a 3-run double. Belmont takes a 6-0 lead. Blake Barton will step to the plate with 1 out. All unearned runs for Eli Klapfelter due to the 2 errors earlier in the inning. Barton tried to check a swing, but could not hold up, says David Mayberry. So we're back to a 3-man umpiring crew now, as Randy Hundley is taking his home plate umpiring gear off and now in his base umpiring gear. Klapfelter looks back at Heaton at second base. There's a smash down the third base line, but it will go foul. Three hits in the inning. 2 singles and a double. 5 runs have come across for Belmont. Inning started off well for Klapfelter. Got a ground out. Foul tip at the plate, and that caught a good piece of Caleb Hawkins as he is on his back. And the second player that Belmont's trainer will come out to check on, Hunter Searcy, was hitting the helmet earlier. Caleb Hawkins might have got hit in his manhood there. Sure, he is protected, but sometimes there's not enough adequate protection for that area. It's a calling to be a catcher, folks. You don't just walk out there and do it. You got to love it. As Blake Barton, who is the one who fouled that one off, he knows all too well what that feels like. Now back in the box. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Brody Heaton on at second base. Ethan Huddleston working, trying to keep him close as time is called at the plate. Barton walked in the first inning. Doubled in game 1. 1 for 3 in his 4 at-bats so far. Looking to drive in another run. Play back. They're going to call balk as the throw back to Brody Heaton hits him in the shoulder. Not sure what had happened, but Phil Kundle explaining it to Eli Klapfelter. He must have made some kind of a motion like he was going home and instead went to second base. So a balk puts Heaton at third base. Infield will play back here. 6-0 game. There's a ground ball up the middle. It should get a run in, and it will. Huddleston on to first base to retire Barton, who drives in a run with a ground out. So with 2 outs, Ethan Harden steps to the plate. He's the 9th batter to come to the plate for the Bruins. First pitch from Klotfelter in there for called strike. Harden grounded out to second base to end the first inning. What you don't want to do, a couple things you don't want to do, and one of them is make 2 outs in 1 inning or make the last out in 2 straight innings. And Ethan Harden in danger of doing that. A breaking pitch on the outside corner called strike. All 6 runs unearned for the Bruins. As some of the infielders were heading off the field on that fastball that was low and inside. Maybe they were looking for a mercy call from the home plate umpire, but that ball missed the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes. To Harden swinging a foul ball off to the right side. Ethan Harden from Battleground Academy just down the road here in Franklin, Tennessee. Fouls another pitch straight back. BGA, FRA, BA. A lot of private schools right down in that area. There's a ball off the end of the bat. Klotfelter gloves and underhands to Godsey to retire Harden for out number 3. But 6 runs come across for the Bruins on 1, 2, 3 hits. So 7 runs, none of which are earned, 2 errors, and 1 runner. No runners left on base after 2 complete. The Bruins, even though they don't have a football team, have scored a touchdown on the Pioneers. 7-0. Belmont leads. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. New pitcher on for Belmont. Ryan Schneider, left-handed pitcher, 6'2", 175-pound true freshman from Hayden, Idaho. Went to Coeur d'Alene High School. On for his first appearance of the fall. He will face Landon Godsey, who has got the only hits for the Pioneers so far today. Went 2 for 2 in game one, 2 doubles. Swing and a miss. They just keep bringing in tall left-handers in Belmont. Left-hander after left-hander. It's another swing. Strike 2. Caleb Geiswhite went 2 innings, faced 6 batters, struck out 4. The 1-2 off-speed pitch misses. Tough to lay off of that one. As Big Jay Charla's on deck to hit in Hunter Cersei's spot, who was hit with a pitch. That pitch down low gets by catcher Heath Owen. Brings us to a full count, a Framework Athletics full count. We thank Framework Athletics in anticipation of them allowing the Pioneers to work out there this winter. Pitch goes low. Godsey will take a free stroll down to first base, to the first base runner in this 5-inning segment for VolState. Charla, who came on to pinch run for Hunter Cersei, will bat in his part of the order. Landon Luderman on deck. Charla says, "Thank you very much for putting me in there against a 6'2" left-hander." Big J Charla, not actually that big. About 5'9". Might be 160 pounds. Tough as that ball's in the dirt. Godsey will move up to second on the wild pitch. And then Brody Heaton will go to the mound to talk to the young left-hander. Charla, in his second season with the Pioneers, third year out of high school, went to Riverdale High School in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, his hometown. 5'9", 160-pound engineering major, the son of Jake and Delynn Charla. Mamaw in Murfreesboro and Granny in Marshall, also in Murfreesboro. He's looked at 3 wide ones so far by Ryan Schneider. So the same lineup to start for Jim McGuire. 4-pitch walk. So that's 2 walks by Schneider as he begins his Belmont baseball career. Now another left-handed hitter, Landon Luderman, stepping to the plate. Luderman lined out to left field and hit into the unusual 3 to 6 to 1 double play as he swings and misses at a breaking pitch. Tried to ambush probably a fastball there. Thought after Schneider walked the first 2 batters, might be looking to get a fastball right down the middle of the plate to get ahead, but first pitch was a breaking pitch. As the sign and the pitch. Outside, blocked nicely by Heath Owen behind the plate. Luderman from Knoxville, Tennessee. Good-looking player for the Pioneers. Swing and a miss on another breaking pitch that's out of the zone. Landon 5'10", 185-pound true freshman from Knoxville Catholic High School, son of Daniel and Shannon. And he lays off of that, what looked like a changeup, something off speed, low and away. With Carter Vrabel not playing third base, Landon Luderman getting a lot of time. There's a line drive in the left field. That'll be down. But Gotze had to hold up as that ball was hit on a line. He wasn't sure if that was going to be caught by Caden Gallison or not. But bases now loaded, and the first batter other than Landon Gotze to hit safely on the afternoon. Bases now loaded for Pioneers. Matt Hall steps to the plate. Second baseman from Lexington, Kentucky. Nobody out. The Pioneers threatening to get on the board. There's a ball lifted out to right field. That'll be caught, and runner will tag. The throw from Catafias is not in time. So sacrifice fly by Matt Hall drives in the first run of the ball game. Charlotte and Luderman stay at first and second. Puts us back at the top of the order. Jake Burris looking for his first knock of the afternoon. So 2 leadoff walks and then a single, now a ball in the dirt. Blocked again by Owen. Matt Hall, first pitch that he saw, drove out to right field, but Catafias a little too deep to make the throw home to get Landon Gotze. Burris 0 for 2 with a walk. Looking to find a gap. 330 down the lines here at ES Rose Park. 375 in the alleys. 400 to dead center. Breaking pitch stays outside. See the number 21 out there on the outfield wall. That is in honor of the legendary head coach Dave Witten, who was my coach. I played here from 1980 to 1982. Long time ago. 2-0 pitch goes low. 3 balls, no strikes. Coach Witten was the head coach from, I believe, 1969 until 1997 when Dave Jarvis came in 98. So the maybe the spring of 98. He stayed along, I think, at least 1 year with Coach Jarvis, as that is a third walk of the inning by Ryan Schneider. Sure not the start he was hoping. And out will come the pitching coach. All right, guys, tell me how you pronounce his pitching coach's last name. Is it Guerra? Gora. Okay. A.J. Gora, the 6'9" pitching coach for Belmont in his second season with Coach Jarvis. Comes from the University of Evansville, but he's coming back home as he played his baseball at Austin Peay State University. And he's having a winter meeting, a fall meeting out on the mound with his entire infield and battery. David Mayberry will go out there and be the chief fun sucker. He will break up the meeting, the party. So 1 out, bases still loaded. Pioneers looking to at least get a field goal up here in the top of the third. 7-1. Belmont leads. Jacob Messer at the plate. Looking to put bat on the ball as he has gone down on strikes in his 3 plate appearances so far. Swing and a miss at a slow breaking pitch. Hit a hard foul ball in his last plate appearance. Ended up striking out swinging. And he will not get a chance as he will be hit by that pitch. So he'll get an RBI the hard way. And everybody moves up 90. Jay Sharla comes across the plate. Landon Luderman will move down to third base. Jake Burris at second. And Messer with the bruise be on at first base. Bring Jace Mizell, the RBI machine, to the plate. First pitch inside. Handcuffed Heath Owen. Comes out of his glove. Ball 1. Bruins have 2 runs on 1 hit. Been 3 walks and a hit batter so far. Fastball misses outside. Young left-hander from Idaho. Struggling with base runners here and puts one right down the can, fouled off to the right side by Jace Mizell. Right fielder from Metropolis, Illinois, transfer from Wabash Valley College. Fantastic season for the Pioneers this past spring. Has a 2-1 pitch coming. Fastball high. Mizell, the primary DH in the spring, get a good shot at right field this year. Played in 39 games for the Pioneers, 37 hits, hitting .325, 36 RBIs. Second on a team hit by a pitch 9 times, and he will take a walk to drive in a run here. So a field goal has been put up by the Pioneers, and there will be a pitching change as Schneider has walked his 4th batter of the inning and to go along with a hit batter. So we'll take a break and tell you about the new pitcher when we return. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. New pitcher for the Belmont Bruins, number 30, Chris Welton, 6'3", 225-pound right-hander from Glen Ellen, Illinois. Attended Mount Carmel High School. On in relief of Ryan Snyder, who went 1/3 of an inning, gave up 1 hit, 4 walks, 1 hit batter. And so far, 3 runs. The 3 runners on are his responsibility. 1 out, and Carter Vrabel, the number 4 hole hitter for the Pioneers, will step to the plate. He flew out to center field, a high fly ball out to Ethan Harden in the 2nd inning. Welton will pitch from the stretch. So he looks at 3 Pioneers on base and delivers a breaking pitch that fooled Carter Vrabel. Swung and missed. Nice block by catcher Heath Owen. Heath Owen behind the plate. Drew Lowry at third. Caden Gallison at shortstop. Jack Rando at second. Brody Heaton at first base. Another slider low and away. Vrabel does not offer at that pitch. Wyatt Fuchs should still be out in left field. Ethan Harden in center and Chase Catafias in right field. For the Bruins, the 1-1 check swing. That will check down at first base. It says that he did not go. Pitch not over the plate. Vrabel would love to get a good swing on a good pitch here with the wind blowing left to right. So to get one out of here, he's going to have to absolutely stomp on one. And it doesn't look like Chris Welton wants to give him an opportunity to do that. 3 balls and a strike to Carter Vrabel. Does take a hack at a low fastball there, and a bit upset at himself that he missed that pitch. Count goes full. This full count brought to you by FullCountMinistries.com. It's just natural that Full Count Ministries would be the Full Count sponsor. 3-2 pitch. Foul ball. Welton keeping these last couple pitches down around Vrabel's knees. He can send a ball a long way. And when he's hot, he can get him in bunches. Fouls another pitch off to the right side. Home plate umpire will get a new supply. On deck, Connor Hawkins. Be okay with him if he came to the plate with nobody on base. Vrabel calls time as Welton took too long to get the sign. Apparently, we're getting signs the old-fashioned way, folks, sticking fingers down between your legs and reading that way. There's a softly hit ground ball. This could be 2. 6-4 on to first base. Brody Heaton pulls it out of the dirt. A nice turn, quick turn, but Brody Heaton dug one out. So a double play ball from Chris Welton that retires the side. The 3 runs do come across for the Pioneers on 1 hit. No errors and 2 runners left on base. The Pioneers do kick the field goal. They score 7-3. Those big bad Bruins are still leading. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Summit Concrete call to the bullpen for the Pioneers. Left-handed pitcher John Tomlinson on in relief. 6'3", 180-pound redshirt freshman from Lebanon, Tennessee. Transfer from Middle Tennessee State University, a general studies major. The son of Keith and Kim Tomlinson. And he will be throwing to new catcher Braden Vineyard, who's now behind the plate for Connor Hawkins. Check to see if there are any other defensive changes for the Pioneers. Tomlinson will be facing right fielder Chase Catafias, and first pitch in there for called strike by John Tomlinson. Luderman still at third, Huddleston at short, Hall at second, Godsey at first. Swing and a miss. Tomlinson is up now, no balls, 2 strikes. Jay Charloud in left field now. Fastball inside corner, called strike 3. So Tomlinson comes in, throws 3 pitches to Catafias, and gets the strikeout. Wyatt Fuchs steps to the plate. He reached on an error as he hit a little tapper to third base that Landon Luderman could not field. He later scored the first run of 6 in the second inning, fouls the first pitch off that he sees from Tomlinson. Good sight to see, 4 pitches by Tomlinson. Now the first ball thrown, which is pitch number 5. On deck, shortstop Caden Gallison. 1-1 stays high. Swinging, that's a base hit into right field. Fuchs will be on for his second time today. 5th hit of the contest for the Bruins. And an owner of one of those 5 hits, Caden Gallison, steps to the plate. He had a line drive into right field in the second. Gallison started that 6-4-3 double play that got the Bruins out of a bases-loaded 1-out jam. Breaking pitch popped up out in the right field. Jace Mizell over toward the foul line and will make the grab. 4-out number 2. Owen Heath steps to the plate. He grounded to shortstop. Play that Ethan Huddleston could not make, and he reached on an error and later scored. One of the 6 unearned runs, all 7 of the Bruins runs on my scorebook are unearned today, or here in this second 5-inning segment. Owen from Marietta, Georgia. Second catcher used by head coach Dave Jarvis. A throw over to first base. John Tomlinson working on his pickoff move to first. Again, Corbin Scott must be on assignment. Not here. I think normally he's the first base coach. Hopefully all is well in the Scott family. He and his brother Chauncey. Met his dad one time. Was that pitch in there for a called strike at an old timers banquet this past year, I believe. Corvin coached with the full count rhythm the first year of their existence 2 years ago. Tomlinson looking right at Fuchs at first base. Swinging a foul ball. Tomlinson trying to get out of the inning. This is his 4th appearance of the year. He's thrown 3 2/3, giving up 2 hits, 7 runs, 4 earned, 8 walks, 5 strikeouts, and he's got him picked off. Godsey comes up to make the catch in front of the base, and he throws to Huddleston to record the out, a 1-3-6 pickoff. And Tomlinson ends up retiring the first 3 batters. So Owen Heath will not finish that at-bat. He will start or lead off the 4th. Maybe against John Thompson, probably against a different pitcher. We are going to the top of the 4th inning. Belmont leads 7-3. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Chris Welton back out on the mound for Belmont. And he will face Braden Vineyard, who will be on for his first plate appearance for the Pioneers. He came on for Connor Hawkins there in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Moving to the top of the 4th. First pitch from Welton. Misses outside. Welton came in relief, came in with a 1-out bases loaded situation and induced Carter Vrabel on a full count pitch. Hit a ground ball to short, and they turned it into a 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. So big pitch by Chris Welton. Now going 1 ball, 1 strike to Braden Vineyard from Paducah, Kentucky. Backup catcher. Breaking pitch misses just down. Vineyard, a sophomore here at 2nd year player for Jim McGuire, 6'2", 200-pound catcher from McCracken County High School. Marketing major, the son of Christian and Monica Vineyard. Got an older brother playing in the minor leagues, Mason. I believe with the Yankees as Vineyard swings and misses. Brings us to a Framework Athletics full count. On deck, Ethan Huddleston. So I'm wondering if maybe Connor Hawkins was injured a little bit more on that foul ball. As speaking of foul balls, the second of this 5-inning segment to be fouled off as the first pitch swinging on the full count. Braden Vineyard will take a full count breaking pitch outside for ball 4. A leadoff walk. So the 5th walk by Bruins pitching here in game 2. Bring Ethan Huddleston to the plate. Huddleston 0 for 2 with a walk. Struck out the other 2 times up. Throw over to first base, and the speedy Braden Vineyard is back in time. Breaking pitch stays high. Some big hole over there, right side of the infield. Trying to see if did I miss a pitch? No, 2 balls, no strikes. Scoreboard hard to see. 3-0 now to the Pioneers shortstop from Gallatin, Tennessee, hometown boy. Said his mom and stepdad would be here today. I can't really see the crowd from my vantage point. Shannon and Dan Zettel take a 4-pitch walk. And that will bring Landon Godsey, who's yet to be retired on the day. 2 doubles in game 1 and a walk here in game 2 with Jay Charla on deck. Nobody out. Runners at first and second. Chris Welton on the 3rd pitcher of game 2. He throws a fastball right down the can to Godsey, who takes that pitch. The wind has been blowing from left to right all afternoon. One ball that Godsey hit that I thought was out, no problem. It ends up hitting right off the wall. Breaking pitch that Godsey was expecting to hit him in the left arm. Misses inside. But I'm telling you, he got a hold of that pitch. When I saw the left fielder going back like he had a chance on it, because I thought it was way out. I thought it was going to be up on the hill, but there's a big swing and a miss, a breaking pitch. Welton sticking with the off speed here to Godsey. The son of Paul and Suzanne, brother to Nick. There's a pitch in the dirt. Tried to be backhand by Heath Owen, and he's not able to make that backhanded play. Pitch down in the dirt. Count goes 2 balls, 2 strikes as the runners move up on the wild pitch. Nobody out. Runners at second and third. Pioneers trying to claw their way back into this 5-inning contest. Breaking pitch nearly hits Godsey again. Moves to a Framework Athletics full count. Jay Charla, who came in for Hunter Searcy, who maybe has maybe a double vision or something. I'm just guessing. He was hitting the head. There's a line drive out to right field. That should play to run as Chase Catafias once again makes the catch, but both runners move up and a run comes in. Belmont trades a run for an out. Sacrifice fly, second sacrifice fly of the ball game for the Pioneers, and that brings Jay Charlotte to the plate. He has the same situation as Landon Gotze, a runner at third and less than 2 outs. Trying to drive in a run with less than 2 outs. And he lines a ball out to right field. And again will go to Chase as Ethan Huddleston started to head home and just had a base running error right there. Your natural inclination on a line drive like that is to go ahead and start running because that's what you do when you're on first or second. But when you're at third base, any ball in the air, whether it's a line drive or not, you have to go back to tag up. And Huddleston was late on the tag. A new batter for the Pioneers. Noah Ward steps to the plate for Landon Luderman. Another Knoxville native, and he swings and fouls that pitch straight back. Noah Ward, also from Knoxville Catholic High School. Son of Melissa Ward, 6'2", 200-pound true freshman. Trying to drive in a run with 2 outs, but he will not be able to do it as he swings and misses. So 1 run does score. No hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base. Pioneers score the 4th. They had a chance to score the 5th run, but could not push him across. We're going to the bottom of the 4th. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Summit Concrete call to the bullpen for the Pioneers. Number 36, Cade McKee, on for VolState. 5'11", 195-pound left-handed pitcher from Georgetown, Kentucky, Scott County High School. He will face catcher Heath Owen, number 9 in the batting order for the Bruins, and then move to the top. First pitch in to Owen, misses. Cade McKee, the 3rd pitcher for VolState here in this 2nd iteration of the 5-inning scrimmage. Breaking pitch misses outside. McKee on for his 5th appearance of the fall. He's thrown 4 innings, given up 4 hits, 2 runs that were earned, walked 1, struck out 4. Looking for a good outing here. Not starting off so well as that pitch goes down in the dirt. 3 balls, no strikes to Heath Owen, who reached on an error by the shortstop. He was at the plate when Wyatt Fuchs was picked off at first base in the 3rd inning. So it's a second left-hander that he sees, and this one struggles to throw a strike. So a leadoff walk. Jack Rando will come to the plate. 1 for 2. 1 for 3 on the day. This is his 6th at-bat of the scrimmage. Cade McKee, a left-hander looking right at his Rando starts to square to bunt, but Noah Ward, now the new third baseman, started to charge, come in on that bunt. Tyler Holsworth, now the new shortstop out there in place of Ethan Huddleston. So the 1-0 pitch, square again to bunt. Fastball goes high. 6 straight balls thrown by Cade McKee. Jake Burris still out in center field, and Jace Mizell still in right field. Jay Sharla in left. Matt Hall and Landon Godsey still on the right side of the infield. Square to bunt. Strike called. Brandon Vineyard having a little trouble hanging on to the ball as batter is squaring around the bunt. So maybe just going to square till we get a strike. And then hit away. As we're working on situations, wouldn't think you'd be squaring around with a 7-4 lead. There's a long fly ball out to center field. Jake Burris is going back, and he will put the glove up to shield his eyes from the sun. That ball was better hit than it ended up being, as he was able to get back to not real deep center field to make the out. So Cade McKee is up coming back after throwing 6 straight balls to retire Jack Rando. And Drew Lowry stepping to the plate. He was hit by a pitch, the first pitch he saw from Eli Klopfelter in his second plate appearance. Been hit by a pitch and singled. And the runner goes. Pitch is swung on and popped up. Noah Ward, as the runner will go back to first base. I believe that is Sammy Slaughter, who is on to run for Heath Owen. I was going to say that doesn't look like number 17 out there. So a hit and run was on, but Lowry pops out to third base for out number 2. Brody Heaton. Man's been on base every plate appearance, and he's going to do it again. So he gets hit with the first pitch that he sees from Cade McKee. That puts runners at first and second. Blake Barton stepping to the plate. McKee can still get out of it. He's got 2 outs. Fly out and a pop out. In between a walk and a hit batter. Fastball goes outside. Call Cade McKee, Coach McKee now, as he finished as one of the Team Reese Full Count Fall League coaches, as Slaughter got a huge lead out there at second base. Breaking pitch misses down low. Sammy likes to steal a base or two. From Smyrna, Tennessee, Stewart's Creek High School. 4 players in VolState's roster, also from Stewart's Creek. McKee looks a couple times back. Pitch misses down low. Count goes 3 balls, no strikes. So Blake Barton, who's also walked and grounded out here in game 2. Went 1 for 3 in game 1. Probably has the green light on 3-0, and he does, and grounds one foul down the third baseline. Belmont doesn't get a lot of action against opposing teams. They will play Lipscomb later on in the fall, maybe here in a couple weeks. I think they also might place one of the high school scout teams that's on their fall roster, but VolState will play 15, 16, 17 games against opponents as that breaking pitch misses inside. The base is now loaded full of walks and a hit batter. Second walk of the inning. Brings to the plate Ethan Harden. Two outs. Harden 0 for 2, 2 ground outs. Pitch misses down low. Again, if you're just joining us, artificial turf here at ES Rose Park. All the way around as Braden Vineyard will go out and talk to Cade McKee on the mound. Big dugouts on either side, first and third base. Some point in time, Belmont the home dugout used to be over on the third base side, but that's when the locker room was in the building right next to the third base dugout. But after the building that is now houses the locker room and coaches' offices that are down the right field line switched over to the first base dugout. One 0 pitch misses inside. True freshman now at third and short. Noah Ward and Tyler Holsworth. There's a pitch right down the middle. That's fouled off over the first base dugout. Sophomore Braden Vineyard behind the plate. Sophomore Landon Godsey at first. Sophomore Matt Hall at second base. Redshirt sophomore Jace Mizell in right. Redshirt sophomore Jake Burris in center. And redshirt sophomore Jay Charlotte out in left field, shielding his eyes with that glove. Pitch down in the dirt, blocked nicely by Vineyard. Count goes 3 balls, 1 strike to Ethan Harden. Shows on the roster he's a pitcher and an outfielder. He will get the RBI the easy way, and the first time that he does not end the inning with an out. So third walk of the inning by Cade McKee delivers run number 8 for the Bruins. 1 run in, no hits yet in the inning. Brings to the plate Chase Catafias, 0 for 2. Breaking pitch on the outside corner, called strike 1. Brody Heaton at third. Blake Barton at second and Ethan Harden at first base. McKee walked the first batter he faced, Heath Owen, on 4 straight. But was able to get Jack Rando to fly out and Drew Lowry to pop out. And he gets a foul ball tapped at the plate. Ended up hitting Brody Heaton and walked Blake Barton in Ethan Harden brings us now to 1 run in, 2 outs, and the bases loaded. 8-4. Belmont leads after winning game 1 4-1. Fly ball out to center field. Jake Burris, the sun field, and he will get over to make the catch for out number 3. So an inning that could have been a lot worse for Cade McKee. Ends up giving up only 1 run. No hits, no errors, 3 runners left on base. 8-4. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Heading to the top of the 5th inning. New pitcher on the mound for the Belmont Bruins. Number 26, Jet Tilkey. 6'6", 215-pound redshirt junior, right-handed pitcher from somewhere in Wisconsin. SUAMICO. Transfer from Madison College, and first batter he faces, Matt Hall, hits a ground ball down to first base. Brody Heaton flashing the leather. Backhand play. And a flip to Tilkey. Retires Matt Hall on the first pitch. Brings to the plate a pinch hitter for Jake Burris, Ethan Here, Cincinnati kid from Moeller High School. His first plate appearance. Second-year player for Coach McGuire here at VolState. And goes 1 ball, 1 strike. So Jet, Jett, Tilkey. Common spelling of Tilkey, Thielke. Thank you, Colette, for this pronunciation guide for the Belmont Bruins baseball roster. Swing and a miss at a high fastball. Ethan Here playing in his 5th game of the fall. And he will go down looking on that fastball. Came in had 1 hit in 7 plate appearances. It was a double. Had 3 walks, but went down looking there to Tilkey. Tanner Bumbelow now in for Jacob Messer. He will take a big hack. And I think he fouled that one back into the mitt. Bumbelow on for his first at-bat. Bumbelow started on the mound for the Pioneers in the first 2 innings against Belmont. Getting a chance to get an A, B, or 2. So he is a two-way player, good hitter. 1 for 4 in 2 games so far for the Pioneers. A double. Swing and a miss. And down go the Pioneers, 1, 2, 3. As Tilke looked good in his 1 inning of work. And the Bruins will come to the plate in the bottom of the 5th inning, having won game 2. We're set for 3 5-inning games is how this is going to go, according to head coach Dave Jarvis and head coach Jim McGuire. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. Going to the bottom of the 5th, new pitcher on the mound for the Pioneers. Tell you about him when I return. This is the VolState Sports Network. Summit Concrete call to the bullpen for the Pioneers. Devin Thrain, 6 foot, 180-pound true freshman, on for the VolState Pioneers from Summit High School in hometown Thompson Station, Tennessee. General Studies major, the son of Patrick and Michelle Thrain, another two-way player for the Pioneers. On to pitch in game number 4. He's thrown 3 innings, given up 2 hits, 2 runs. They were earned 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. He is on to face 7, 8, and 9 in the Belmont lineup. Wyatt Fuchs, Caden Gallison, and I would assume that Heath Owen would be re-entering the game. He was lifted for a pinch runner after he walked. First pitch from Thrain in there for a called strike. Hard-throwing left-hander, 6 foot tall. Throws harder than it appears though he would, but that ball has jumped all over. Wyatt Fuchs delivers a line drive, base hit into left field. His second hit of the ball game. He is 2 for 3, been on base all 3 times. Reached on an error earlier as well. Caden Gallison comes to the plate. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored. The 6th hit of the ball game. He squares the bunt, pulls it back. Ball called. After this inning, there'll be another 3 or a third 5-inning scrimmage. Fastball. Braden Vineyard is having trouble. I'm not sure if he's having trouble seeing it or just receiving these pitches. He's dropped a number of them. I'm not sure what's going on. Sometimes it's the squaring around the bunt that I think is the issue, but Gallison did not square around that time. On deck is a different hitter. Misses that one as well. Ball 3. On deck is Caden Wu. Another catcher on the Belmont roster. 3-0 on the outside corner, called strike. Wyatt Fuchs on at first base after hard hit line drive. Wyatt Fuchs from Hoshton, Georgia. There's a fastball in there for a called strike. Framework Athletics, full count. Wyatt Fuchs, 6 foot, 195-pound freshman. Hoshton, Hoschton, Georgia. I'm not sure where that is. Went to Mountain View High School. Gallison, also from Georgia, Kathleen, Georgia. Attended Houston County High School. I got a location for Corvin Scott. He's at a showcase. There's a camp. There is a full count first pitch foul ball. 3 for 4 if you're scoring along at home. The 3-2 hits Gallison, so he will not be able to get out of the way of ball 4. So a hit by pitch trumps a walk. Puts runners at first and second base. A single and a hit batter, and now Caden Wu steps to the plate. He will pinch hit for Heath Owen. Caden Wu, 5'11", 200-pound freshman from Mercer Island, Washington. A long way from home. There's a line drive down the right field line. That will be fair, just inside the bag and get down in the corner. Wu will head to second. Throw comes in to the infield, but not before 2 runs have scored on a 2-run double by Caden Wu. Just inside the bag and just to the left of Landon Godsey down there at first base. Hard hit ball. Wu definitely goes with the pitch. And 10-4 now the score. Pitch stays high to Jack Rando, on for his 4th at-bat of this contest. 7th of the day. Fastball down low. Rando 1 for 4 on the afternoon. Single, a hit by pitch, and a double. Swing and a miss as Rando comes up empty. Have plated 2 runs here, nobody out in this last inning of the second scrimmage. Breaking pitch. Rando could not slow down a swing on. Two balls, 2 strikes to the young man out of Brentwood, Tennessee. Holsworth at shortstop, working back at second base, and Thrain hits his second batter. Brings to the plate Drew Lowry, who he has been hit once, gotten a hit, and popped out. In this 5-inning stretch, 1 for 2 and a run scored as Braden Vineyard went out to chat with Devin Thrain. So 2 hit batters and 2 hits in the inning. No outs. Saw Drew Lowry at the celebration banquet for Full Count Ministries on Thursday. Throw back to second base. Not in time. We were working with the 2-man crew, umpiring crew right now, as the third member of the crew has gone off to get his home plate garb on and gear. There's a swing and a drive out to center field. Ethan here, the new center fielder, will make the catch going away and get the ball back in the infield. Productive out for Drew Lowry as he gets a runner moved up. It'll fly out, first out for Thrain, and puts runners at first and third. And a pinch hitter. This is Sam Slaughter, I believe, and it umpire. Yes, number 9 on the back of the helmet. Sam Slaughter will get his first at-bat of game 2. He will come up shy of that pitch, a slow breaking pitch. Slaughter started game 1. The runner goes. Throw fake to third or second base, and the throw down to third base gets Caden Wu, who started to come home. So a nice fake by Vineyard, and Wu gets picked off. I believe the pitch was called a ball. It was high. So second out. Strike called to Slaughter. 1 ball, 2 strikes now, as the runner did steal second. 2 outs, runner at second. Pitch on the outside, out in the right-handed batter's box. Misses. 2 balls, 2 strikes now to Sam Slaughter. Thrain will step off as Jack Rando hopping all around over there at second base. Devin, not sure if a play is going to be on with Tyler Holsworth. He goes ahead and comes to the plate. Slaughter will pop that one up in the infield. Holsworth, right behind the mound, will make the catch for out number 3. A pop up by Slaughter will end this second game. But the Bruins scored 2 runs on 2 hits. No errors, 1 runner left on base. So the final for game 2, 10-4. The Bruins take game 2 after winning game 1 4-1. So we'll take no inning break. I mean, we're going right on back. So we're running it down. I'm going to do as fast as I can to clear the board, and we'll start over. You listen to the VolState Sports Network. Start of game 3 here in the scrimmage between VolState and Belmont University. Reed Mashinsky leading off for the Pioneers, facing Jordan Zuger for the Bruins. Jordan Zuger out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Hendersonville High School, a sophomore, was the midweek starter for Belmont a lot last year as Mashinsky fouls that pitch off to the right side. Mashinsky, an outfielder for the Pioneers. Not sure which position he'll be in when he heads out to the field. But Zuger now up in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Reed, 6'3", 165 pound. True freshman from Lakewood Ranch High School in Bradenton, Florida. I wonder how his parents, Mike and Karen Mashinsky's place down there, fared from Hurricane Ian. Count goes 2 balls, 2 strikes. On deck, Drew Webster. Fastball goes high. A Brandon Webster exit Realty Garden Gate team full count. That's a mouthful. Leadoff walk for Reed Mashinsky. Drew Webster steps in the box for his first plate appearance of the day, and looks like Zuger, fast worker. Webster, 6'2", 190 pound, true freshman from right here in Nashville, Tennessee. Went to Christ Presbyterian Academy. Looks at a beautiful curveball. Breaking pitch from Zuger for called strike. Son of Rustin and Gail Webster. There's a ground ball up the middle. Could be 2. Rando backhands. Steps on the bag and throws over to Mason Landers at first for a 4-3 double play. Just what the doctor ordered for Jordan Zuger. And Braden Vineyard will step to the plate. Assuming Braden will be behind the plate for these last 5 innings. Ball 1 to the true sophomore from Paducah, Kentucky. The home of the Paducah Chiefs in the Ohio Valley League. See if I can figure out who that is. You guys got an idea as to who's behind the plate? Is it Kreider? Austin Kreider? Okay. Speaking of the Paducah Chiefs, Austin Kreider was a Paducah Chief this past summer. This is Austin Kreider with a K, not to be confused with Tommy Kreider with a C. And a 3-0 pitch in there for a called strike. Two outs. 3-1 pitch. Swung on and driven deep to center field. And back goes somebody. It's will one hop over the wall for a ground rule double. As that is Wyatt Fuchs in center field. So Braden Vineyard put a charge in that one. Fuchs has moved over. He was in left field. See if I can So going to be Sam Slaughter back out in right field. As Tyler Holsworth will come to the plate. With 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. First pitch to Holsworth in the dirt or the turf. Looks like number 8, Jeff Clark, now out in right field for Belmont. Sam Slaughter in left field. Holsworth looks at a breaking pitch high. Phil Kundle behind the plate for this last 3 or 5 inning segment, the third 5-inning segment. Tyler Holsworth from Norcross, Georgia, true freshman. Swing and a miss. Tyler, 6 foot, 180-pound shortstop from Greater Atlanta Christian School in hometown Norcross, Georgia, the son of Jeff Holsworth in Norcross and Rachel Holsworth in Peachtree Corners as he looks at strike 2. Braden Vineyard with a big fly to center field with 2 outs. Pitch down low. Brings us to a Brandon Webster Realtor full count. Brandon Webster, a basketball alumni who sponsors baseball activities. He was a sponsor for the baseball alumni dinner back in April in the spring. 3-2 pitch swung on and driven down the right field line. It's twisting foul and will get out of play. Landon Godsey is on deck, hoping for an at-bat here in the first inning. Brody Melton, who's a backup first baseman for the Pioneers, I don't believe he is here on this trip. I think he was came up ill yesterday at practice and may not have made the trip down here, but there's another foul at the plate. Might have caught a little bit of Austin Kreider. Met home plate umpire Phil Kundle 2 summers ago when the full count rhythm got into the Ohio Valley League. He owns the Franklin Dealers franchise. Tyler Holsworth looks at ball 4. Second walk of the inning by Zuger. Godsey will, in fact, come to the plate in the first inning. Jay Charlotte on deck. 2 outs, 2 on. Godsey's had a good day at the plate. Sacrifice fly and a walk and a run scored in game 2 and 2 doubles and an RBI in game 1. Looking to continue his hot hitting, drive in runs with 2 outs. Breaking pitch goes down and away. Zuger checking a cheat sheet out there. Maybe he and Austin Kreider have the same accounting class together, and they've got an Excel spreadsheet out there in the back pocket going over some numbers. And a pickoff attempt at second base at Vineyard back in time. Efforting to get to the statistics for Zuger. I believe he had a really good year last year. Breaking pitch swung on and missed. Appeared in 11 games, all starts this past spring. Through 34 innings, gave up 38 hits, 17 runs that were all earned. Did walk 17, but struck out 21. Breaking pitch just outside. Count goes 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sure, he's looking to cut down on those walks. Only hit 1 batter. He gets some ground balls. There's a breaking pitch. As you can kind of see everybody start moving to the right. 2 breaking pitches just miss off the outside corner. We're at a Brandon Webster Realtor full count. Runners will be moving on the pitch. And the 3-2. Swung on and driven to left field. Sam Slaughter over in the gap will make a knee-high grab for out number 3. So no runs on 1 hit. No errors. 2 runners left on base for the Pioneers. Going to the bottom of the first of Game 3. Set for 5 innings here at ES Rose Park. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Starting pitcher for the Pioneers here in Game 3, Parker White. 6'1", 205-pound left-hander from Knoxville West High School. Son of Paul White and Carrie Myers, both from Knoxville. Parker on for his 4th appearance of the fall. Has thrown 2 2/3 innings, giving up 6 hits, 5 runs that were earned, walked 3, struck out 1. He will start Game 3 here, 5-inning ball game. Just want to say hello. I just checked my email. Mark Hall checked in on treesports@gmail.com. Watching with Tracy and grandparents Vince and Sharon. They're visiting from Solon, Ohio. Solon, S-O-L-O-N. I don't know where that is. Smaller town in Ohio. I'm guessing it's not down near Cincinnati where I'm from. So maybe middle Ohio or upper Ohio, but glad you're there in Lexington watching and listening today. It's great having you today. Try to see if we can set the defense for the Pioneers. Jay Sharla out in left field. Ethan here, I believe, is still out there in center field. He is, and Reed Mashinsky is in right field. Ryan Wells at third base. Tyler Holsworth at shortstop. Parker White delivers the first pitch to Jack Rando, the leadoff batter for Belmont. He must have paid his money. He's playing all day. First pitch outside, and the second pitch fouled off. He come to the park with a lot of quarters. Corbin Overbay is at second base, and Noah Ward has moved from third over to first base. And Rando will lay down a bunt. Nice bunt, but it will just go foul. Not a bad idea. Have that in your arsenal if you can. And that's where you want to bunt it. If you don't want to bunt it back to the pitcher. If you bunt it down the third base line, it goes foul, you got another shot on a 1-1 count. So count now goes 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fastball misses just outside. Rando, it's back at second base. Sam Slaughter on deck. Changeup fouled off. Sam's parents and grandparents are here in attendance. I got a big hug from his mother before the game. She looks good in that Belmont red as Rando goes down looking. Pitch on the outside corner for called strike 3. I believe that's the first time Rando's gone down on. Nope, he struck out to start game 2, as a matter of fact, swinging strikeout. He went 1 for 3 in game 2, singled and scored. Sam Slaughter steps to the plate. He popped out just a little bit ago, but he gets a line drive base hit up the middle for his first hit of the afternoon. I can hear his mom down there right now saying, about time you hit the ball. Grounded out twice in game 1 to the second baseman. He had 1 plate appearance in game 2 and popped out to the shortstop. So now 1 for 5 on the day is Sam Slaughter. And Caden Wu will step into the batter's box. Doubled down the right field line. His only plate appearance in game 2. On deck, Mason Landers. Ground ball, could be 2. Holsworth underhands to second. Overbay over to first base to Noah Ward. A 6-4-3. Just what the doctor ordered. Double play ball induced by Parker White. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. The first time that Belmont does not score in the first inning. So a small victory right there. We're going to the top of the second inning. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Jordan Zuger back on the mound for the Bruins. He will face Jay Charla to lead off the top of the second inning. Jay Charla playing left field here in Game 3. Hit a line drive out to the right fielder. Could have and should have been at least a chance at a sac fly, but it handcuffed Ethan Huddleston at third base. He was not able to get back to the bag in time to then try to score on that. Jay Charla now 3-0. Pitcher struggling to throw strikes to Jay Charla. On deck, Noah Ward. Charla walked in Game 2, and he's going to walk here on 4 pitches. So he has been to the plate 3 times. He's walked, he's lined out, and now walked. Noah Ward playing first base. Here in Game 3, he steps to the plate. Jordan Zuger's third walk. Here in a little over an inning. Corbin Overbay is on deck. Second baseman. Throw over to first base. Ball not handled by Landers, but Charla back in time. Ward struck out on 3 pitches, I believe. Swings and fouls that pitch off in Game 2. Swing and a miss. Ward down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Zuger, after walking the leadoff batter, Reed Mashinsky, ended up getting Drew Webster, the second batter of the game, to ground into a 4-3 double play. He's looking for another one here, but instead, Noah Ward, it's a line drive right up the middle into center field. Wyatt Fuchs will come up with it, get it back in the infield. But the first 2 runners have reached base here in the top of the second for VolState. Second hit of Game 3 for the Pioneers. That brings up Corbin Overbay from Sevier County High School. .59", 165-pound freshman from Sevierville, Tennessee. He looks at a pitch right down the can. Let me get my runners on the right bases here. No balls, 1 strike, 2 on, nobody out. Corbin, the son of Drew and Heather Overbay, and the brother to Jensen, his sister, who attends the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. Breaking pitch by Zuger. Absolutely froze Corbin Overbay. Down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. There's a swing and a miss on another breaking pitch. Zuger gets the first out via strikeout, his first strikeout of the afternoon. Ethan here steps to the plate, center fielder for the Pioneers. Tanner Bumbelow on deck. An extra hitter. There's a ground ball that took a couple different hops, flipped from second to short. Over to first base. That'll be a 4-6-3 I don't think that Jordan Zuger actually touched that ball at all. I think it went right through him. But another great turn and a great scoop by the first baseman. This time it's Mason Landers. So Ethan here hits into a 4-6-3 double play, just what the doctor ordered. And Jordan Zuger wiggles out of it. No runs, one hit. No errors. One runner left on base. Going to the bottom of the second, no score. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Bottom of the second inning, new pitcher on the mound for the Pioneers. Number 21, Danton Reinhardt, second-year player for VolState, 6'3", 190-pound left-hander. From Iron City, Tennessee, attended Collinwood High School, transfer from Walter State Community College, and he will face Mason Landers, first baseman for the Bruins. Drew Lowry on deck. Left-hander delivers first pitch down low. New left fielder for the Pioneers, I believe that is Maddox Liebrick out there in left field, in for Jay Sharla. Breaking pitch swung on and fouled off the fence in front of the Pioneers dugout. So Drew Webster batted in the first inning, but Ryan Wells now playing third base. Not sure where Wellesley will fit in the lineup. Maybe he'll come in bat for Drew Webster. I'm not sure, but Tanner Bumbelow was on deck when Ethan here hit the 4-6-3 double play. Landers ground ball to short, charging as Holsworth throws on the run, stretch by Ward, and called out at first base. Ward's foot came off the base, but it looked like it might have been after the out was recorded. Nice play by Holsworth, and an even nicer stretch by Noah Ward over there at first base. Holsworth started to stay back, and then he knew he needed to charge. Drew Lowry stepping to the plate. Third baseman looks at a first pitch strike called. Lowry 1 for 3 in game 2. Swings and pops one down the right field line. Looks like it'll get out of play. Lowry 1 for 2 in game 1. So far 1 for 5 on the day. Also hit by a pitch. Down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes to Danton Reinhardt. On deck, Sam Kirkpatrick. Ground ball that Reinhardt snags, runs over to first base, underhands to Noah Ward to retire Lowry. And those two right there are hooked up during the summer as well. Danton Reinhardt, a Louisville jockey in the Ohio Valley League. Of course, Drew Lowry, a full count rhythm player, is also a champion as a full count rhythm. Defeated the DuBois County Bombers in the championship of the Ohio Valley League in just their second year of existence. Sam Kirkpatrick tried to lay one down there down the third base line. It did just like Jack Rando. It went a little bit foul. So 2 outs. Reinhardt looking to have a clean inning here in the second against the Bruins. Kirkpatrick played in the first 5 innings. Got 2 at-bats, went 1 for 2. Had a laser line drive right by Tanner Bumbleow's head in game 1. Swing and foul that pitch off to the right side. Probably a souvenir for someone across Edge Hill Road. You were able to look down the left field line. You could see downtown Nashville. Beautiful sight. If you go up on the hill there, you could even see it even better. Beautiful view from Rose Park. Another ground ball to short. Holsworth will catch and high throw. And this one will take Noah Ward off the bag. Kirkpatrick and Ward tangle up at first as Noah was trying to make the grab on the high throw. And Kirkpatrick's trying to run down the line. So that will be an error on the throw by Tyler Holsworth. With 2 outs, that will bring to the plate Wyatt Fuchs. Wyatt playing center field here in game 3. Reinhardt looks at first base. I'm not sure where that pitch missed. Let me put that runner on first base. The home plate umpire, Phil Kundle, said it missed outside the zone. Breaking pitch swung on and popped up into right center field. Reed Mashinsky looks like he's got a beat on it and will make the catch for out number 3. So Danton Reinhardt almost had a clean inning. Retired the first 2 on ground outs, but an error put a runner at first, but ended up retiring Wyatt Fuchs on a fly out to right field to end the threat here in the second inning. No score. We're going to the top of the third. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. New pitcher for Belmont, another full count rhythm player from right here in Franklin, Tennessee. from Brentwood High School, 2021 graduate. Transfer from Auburn University. Sophomore Cade Granzo, 6'3", 230-pound right-hander, the son of Judd and Julie Granzo, the brother to Ava, the grandson of Tutu in Sacramento, California. Cade had 7 appearances for Auburn this past spring. 7 in the third innings, gave up 9 hits, 4 runs that were earned, walked 4, struck out 4. For Auburn and for the full count rhythm, he had 4 starts, 1-1 record, 19 2/3 innings, gave up 15 hits. This is in the regular season, 5 runs that were earned, 2.29 ERA in the regular season, and he will face Tanner Bumbalow, also a 2021 high school graduate. I wonder if they saw each other in the high school. First pitch to Bumbalow in there for a called strike. So Franklin High School versus Overton High School. Granzo's pitch goes in the turf. Count goes 1 ball, 1 strike. Tanner an extra hitter here. Granzo misses. Reed Mashinsky on deck. He'll be the leadoff batter. So he's led off the game for VolState. Fastball fouled off to the soccer field. Thank you for joining me today. We've had a long day. We started at 12:03. Now 4:16 on my watch. We're in inning number 13. 3 5-inning scrimmages here between Belmont and VolState. A little hesitation there from Cade, don't call me Chad Granzo. Had a PA announcer that didn't know him and didn't read the roster just exactly right. At home, even called him Chad Granzo. Actually called him Granzow. I called him Granzow the whole summer. There's another foul ball at the plate. Takes a bite out of Tanner Bumbalow. Might have got his left leg. He's got a shin guard on that right one, but trying to figure out which one. It is the right leg as he's shaking it now. Tanner had 1 at-bat in game 2. Struck out swinging. He'll hit a line drive down the line. It will just go foul. 1 hop out of play. He hit that ball on the button. Step back in there against the Auburn Tiger transfer. Cade Granzow, quick pitch, and fastball goes high and outside for a Blue Grill Barbecue full count. Thank you to Blue Grill Barbecue, who also provided the food for the baseball alumni dinner. 3-2 foul ball, imagine that. Wonder what the percentages of that are. Well, here in game 3, it's 2 out of 3. In game 2, it was 3 out of 4. And in game 1, 1 out of 3. Another full count delivery from Granzo. A foul ball straight back. Folks, if you're counting at home, that one doesn't count. It's got to be the first pitch after the count becomes full that we keep that stat. I think the major league average is around 70%. College average that I've been keeping over the last couple of years is right between 50 and 55%. That pitch gets away, and Bumbleau will head on down to first base. Don't think he was hit with that pitch. Be a leadoff walk for Tanner Bumbleau. Reed Mashinsky steps to the plate. Like Cade may have tried to step on that pitch a little bit more. We'll have a pinch runner, looks like, for Tanner Bumbleau. And it will be another Hendersonville Commando. Zach Zimmerly will pinch run for Tanner Bumbleau at first base. Zach, an infielder and an outfielder. Played shortstop for the Commandos the last couple of years. First pitch swinging, Reed Mashinsky comes up empty. It's a good swing, though. Fastball just a little bit over the top of his bat as he took a healthy cut. He walked in the first. Was the first out in a 4-3 double play. Breaking pitch on the outside corner. Nice pitch. Sun still shining all over the field. Press box providing a little bit of shade right behind home plate. We play a little bit longer. I think the press box will be shading home plate. That might get a little difficult for the hitters to then see the ball from the mound. Zimmerly leads off first. Fastball stays high. Count goes 2 balls, 2 strikes. Inning number 3 of 5. Belmont won game 1, 4-1. Won game 2, 10-4. Nothing here. Throw over as Zimmerly back in time. We are back to the 3-man crew of umpires. Phil Kundle behind the plate. Randy Hudley down at first base, and David Mayberry out in the field. 2-2 pitch swung on and missed. Down goes Mashinsky for out number 1. So Drew Webster will bat here. Haven't seen him in the field. Not sure if he's batting for Ryan Wells or we're just trying to get people in. Not sure. But Drew Webster grounded into a 4-3 double play. Another throw over to first base. Zimmerly back in time. Drew Lowry at third. Sam Kirkpatrick at short. Was it still Jack Rando? Maybe not. But all right, there we go. We got a new second baseman. Finally ran out of quarters. Pitch to Webster, misses inside. I'm sorry, who is that? Oh, Gallison's at second, number 6. Caden Gallison's Webster fouls that pitch at the plate. Gallison played shortstop in game 2. In for Jack Rando, the Iron Man, who's played every inning so far. And finally gets a rest here in inning number 13. Webster looks at a breaking pitch over for called strike. Still Landers down at first base. That fastball misses outside. Slaughter still in left and Fuchs in center. I would assume that's still Jeff Clark out in right field. Swung on a ground ball up the middle. Over to second. They said they got him at second. And throw over to first base. I thought he was at second base without any problem at all, but Drew Webster grounds into his second double play of the ball game. A chopper that Kirkpatrick flipped over to Gallison, who threw onto Landers for just what the doctor ordered, a 6-4-3. Granzow faces the minimum in his inning of work. Still no score. Heading to the bottom of the third, you're listening to the VolState Broadcast Network. Summit Concrete call to the bullpen for the Pioneers. Number 6, Landon Tucker, on for his inning of work. 5'9", 165-pound sophomore right-handed pitcher from LaGrange, Georgia. Criminal justice major. First batter he will face, catcher Austin Kreider for the Bruins. There's a ground ball that Tucker just snagged as he was falling off the mound. He runs over toward Noah Ward and will underhand for the first out on the first pitch. Jeff Clark will come to the plate, number 9 hole hitter, to face Landon Tucker. He squares around the bunt, but pulls the bat back and pitch called a ball. Clark started game 1 of the scrimmage. Sidearm delivery from Tucker. Corbin Overbay to his left makes a nice play and pirouettes, throws over to Ward. So 3 pitches, 2 outs for the Pioneers. And Caden Gallison, who came in for Jack Rando, will get his first at-bat of this scrimmage. And he will bunt. Tucker will make the play. 4-pitch inning for Landon Tucker. So I wonder if Coach McGuire will send him back out there. He'll say, hey, go ice that thing down. You had a good outing. So a bunt that was right back to the pitcher. That's the one time that you don't want to get a thing back to the pitcher. So 2 1-3s, 3 up, 3 down here in the bottom of the third. No score. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. New pitcher on for Belmont University. Number 31, Jake Timms, 6'2", 165-pound freshman right-hander from Kingsport, Tennessee. Attended Dobbins-Bennett High School. He is the third pitcher on for the Bruins. He will face scheduled batters Braden Vineyard, Tyler Holsworth, and Landon Godsey here in the top of the fourth inning. So 2 innings left to play here at Rose Park. Braden Vineyard hit a ground rule double in the first inning. One hopped over the 400-foot section of center field. Fastball in there from Timms, called strike. A little bit of a herky-jerky motion there from Timms. Breaking pitch called strike 2. Great inning by Landon Tucker. 4-pitch inning. 0-2 pitch. Fouled off. Another breaking pitch. A little late break to that, so good job by Vineyard to stay in there on that at-bat. Vineyard, his third plate appearance, walked and scored in first, and now has gone down on strikes. Foul tip into the glove, says home plate umpire Phil Kundle. Vineyard talking to Tyler Holsworth a little bit about what to expect when he gets into the batter's box. But good start for Jake Timms. Tyler Holsworth walked in the first inning. Breaking pitch. Timms is a strike machine. Tyler's second at-bat of the afternoon. There's the first pitch wide of the zone by Jake Timms. Fastball goes high. Beautiful fall afternoon here in Nashville, Tennessee. Breaking pitch. Nice downward movement. Thrown right at his hip and then comes right across at the knees. Sharp breaker, not a hanger. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the Pioneers shortstop. That breaking pitch slides just a little bit too far out. Brings us to a Blue Grill Barbecue, full count. Hey, look at there. A full count. First pitch, foul ball. The only team swinging at foul balls or swinging at full counts are Pioneers, as that pitch will go into at the knees for strike 3. So a second strikeout. This one looking for Jake Timms for the second out of the inning. Ryan Wells now will come in and get an at-bat. He will pinch hit for Landon Godsey. I guess he's not really pinch hitting. He's been in the game at third base. Fouls the first pitch he sees. Off after going down looking on 3 strikes last weekend at Lipscomb. He's in there hacking. Foul the first 2 pitches he's seen. Off to the right side, down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. This is more like the Ryan Wells that I've seen this fall, somebody who's aggressive and swinging at strikes, no balls, 2 strikes, and could have had a case that might have hit the sleeve of his jersey. Came close to getting hit. Ryan Wells redshirt sophomore for the Pioneers, starts to stick that arm out, and Tim starts to head to the dugout. Ryan Wells, 6 foot, 185-pound redshirt sophomore from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Eagleville High School. He will look at another curveball that misses inside. This full count brought to you by David and Brandy Wells, the parents of Ryan Wells. We also have another son, Austin, who's a VolState baseball alum. A 3-2 pitch outside. Ryan Wells would get aboard with a 2-out walk. Jackson Jarvis, the ball boy today for the Bruins, the youngest son of Dave Jarvis. Logan, his middle son, just finished his 17th year of college last year. I think he's got 4 degrees. He's a professor and a double doctorate, I think. Maddox Liebrick stepping to the plate. Another one of the Stewart's Creekers. His dad, Greg, is a proud alum of Belmont. I don't know if it was Belmont College. Probably not when Greg went. Maybe it was Belmont College. That's what it was when I came to school. First 2 pitches that Liebrick sees, fouls the first one off, and the next one called a strike. 5'11", 160-pound redshirt freshman from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, the son of Greg and Amy Liebrick. Swung on and lifted foul over the press box. The brother to Madison. Granny in Smyrna, Tennessee. Papaw and Mama Sheila in Decaturville, and Nanny in Decaturville. Hope you all are watching and enjoying VolState baseball as Liebrick will look at a breaking pitch for a called strike 3, such that Phil Kundle on his strike call loses his mask. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base. We are still scoreless after 3.5. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Summit Concrete, call to the bullpen. Will Trapp on for the Pioneers, 6'1", 155-pound redshirt sophomore left-hander. Another Stewart's Creeker, criminal justice major, son of Charles Trapp and Jamie Reimer. On for his 3rd season with the Pioneers. Summit Concrete, owned by Chuck Akers, former player for Coach McGuire at MTSU. And we call it the call to the bullpen because Chuck and his crew came out last fall and redid the bullpens at Pioneer Field on Tim Garrett Baseball Complex. And we thank them for their support and their work. We are efforting currently to redo the press box. Got a company that will has agreed to donate windows and the installation. Another company has agreed to donate some new carpet and hopefully the installation to that. And got my wife to agree that I will paint the inside of the press box, as Sam Slaughter will step to the plate against left-hander Will Trapp. The first pitch he sees is a slow breaking pitch in there for a called strike. Sammy Slaughter, a line drive base hit up the middle last time he came to the plate, as the owner of the summer league team that Sam Slaughter played on this last summer has called 2 strikes on him at the plate. They're going to go outside again a little bit too far. Sam talking to Phil Kundle, and Sam's family is talking about this whole thing, and everybody, all the Slaughters know what's going on here. No ball, or 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swinging a foul ball just over the screen. Scott Slaughter, Sam Slaughter is upset at a strike called. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch. Down goes Sam Slaughter for the first out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Now stepping to the plate, pinch hitter Heath Owen hitting for Caden Wu. First pitch he sees from Trapp in there for a called strike. Heath Owen started game 2 of this scrimmage. Ended up had 2 at-bats, reached on an error and walked, scored both times. Actually, that was Sammy Slaughter that scored the second time. Swing and a miss. Something off speed. Mason Landers on deck, first baseman for the Bruins. Will Trapp not going to dazzle you with speed. He's looking to drop in a curveball or hit a spot. Changing some speeds. It's a swing and a miss by Owen there. The first 2 have gone down on strikes. Landon Tucker with almost the immaculate inning in the 3rd through 4 pitches to retire 3 batters. 2 grounded back to him, 1 on a bunt. Was the second batter that took a pitch and then hit a ground ball to the second baseman as Mason Landers steps to the plate. First pitch he sees is a breaking pitch on the outside corner called strike. Change up, misses low and inside. Mason Landers from Shelbyville, Tennessee, Bedford County. Fouls that pitch at the plate. South of Murfreesboro, I believe, and probably about a 45 minutes, hour away from Nashville. Going down 24 toward Chattanooga. There's a drive into right center field. Reed Mashinsky will not be able to get to that one. It will one-hop the wall. Landers will pull in at second base and drop anchor as the throw gets back into the infield. So a 2-out double by Mason Landers. I believe that's his first hit of the day. It is not. That's his second hit. He also hit that line drive off of Brody Heaton I haven't had a chance to look that up to see if he gets credited with a base hit there or not, but he does get a hit. Do you know that? Is that correct? Okay. I thought that was the case. Okay. I got some other book nerds in here, some scorebook nerds. That's good. I like to know that. Drew Lowry, pitch into dirt, throw down to third base as Lowry will have his at-bat cut short as Landers will get thrown out at third base trying to advance on a wild pitch. So no runs, one hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. We are still scoreless after 4 innings here in Game 3. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Last inning for the Pioneers to come to the plate. 0-0 the score. We're in the 15th inning, and the new pitcher for the Belmont Bruins, two-way player, Ethan Harden, 6 foot, 175-pound left-hander from Franklin, Tennessee. BGA will face Noah Ward to start the top of the 5th inning. First pitch swinging, Noah Ward fouls that pitch to the screen. Harden started game 1 in the outfield. Fastball gets in there for a called strike. Harden started in right field. Also played in game 2. He's getting action in all 3 of these 5-inning contests. 0-2 pitch not on the outside corner. Seen that pitch called a strike earlier, but not this time. Harden delivers, breaking pitch, swung on and missed. First out of the inning via the strikeout. Jake Timms struck out 3 batters, walked a batter, did not give up a hit or a run in his 1 inning of work. Corbin Overbay come into the plate. These relief pitchers throwing strikes. Harden gets a breaking pitch in there. Called strike 1. Overbay struck out in his only plate appearance, and he will pop this one up. It might stay in play, but second baseman, I guess that's Caden Gallison, over trying to get the pop up. Hard play right there. It's right next to the fence, plus the sun's right in your eyes. Mason Landers was over to try to make the play, and it was over his head. Gallison playing up the middle. A tough play. But 3 pitches and another strikeout for Harden. As down goes Overbay. And Ethan here will step into the box. Zach Zimmerly on deck, hoping that Ethan here will get on base. Praying for a walk. That's what I used to do. If I knew that I had a chance, I'd get hit by a pitch any way to get on. Swing and a miss. By here, Ethan grounded into a 4-6-3 double play in his earlier at-bat. Breaking pitch misses high. Ethan from Cincinnati, Ohio, an education major, the son of Andy and Gina here, and the brother to Elizabeth. Got in 8 games last year for the Pioneers. Count goes 3 balls and a strike. Zach Zimmerly hoping on a chance to get an AB. Swing and a miss. Here now going to face a full count brought to you by Blue Girl Barbecue, located at 1845B Nashville Pike in Gallatin. And there is the answered prayer for Zach Zimmerly. Harden strikes out the first 2 batters he faces, then walks. Ethan here. Who came on to pinch run for Tanner Bumbelow, but will get his first at-bat. He will swing and hit a line drive that is caught by the leaping Caden Gallison. So the Pioneers will go scoreless as Zimmerly swings at the first pitch. Just didn't hit it hard enough to get it over the leaping Gallison. Looks like he has some ups there. But he had a little bit of time to gauge that. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base. So Pioneers trying to keep this a scoreless game, and they will bring in closer Brett Dowling. Tell you about Brett when we come back. You're listening to the VolState Sports Network. Summit Concrete call to the bullpen for the last time. Brett Dowling comes in for inning number 15 in today's scrimmage. 6'1", 190-pound freshman right-hander from Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Attended Green Hill High School, computer science major. The son of Chad and Shelley Dowling and the brother to twin older sisters Ashley and Aaron. Grandson of Granddaddy in Bowling Green, Grandma in Portland, Poppy in Madison, Alabama, and Nana in Central City, Kentucky. Brett Dowling hoping to have a little better outing than he had at Lipscomb. He was not happy with that, and I can understand why. He's on for his 4th appearance of the fall. Thrown 2 2/3 innings. Any negative stats you hear here, 1 hit, 2 runs that were earned, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts. All of that happened in Game 2 against Motlow State at Lipscomb last week. And he will come on to face Drew Lowry, Sam Kirkpatrick, and Wyatt Fuchs, who are scheduled to come to the plate for Belmont here in the bottom of the 15th. There's Drew Lowry, stomps on the first pitch he sees, drives it out to right center field. Lowry on his horse. He will not stop at second. Throw from Overbay, not in time. Blocked nicely by Ryan Wells as Reed Mashinsky took a little bit of extra time to get to that ball in right center field. Lowry, I looked at him as he's halfway between first and second. He's picking up associate head coach Aaron Smith over there at third base. I didn't look over at Aaron, but as soon as I saw Drew put on the Jets, I knew he was going for 3. So a leadoff triple. Time is called. Sam Kirkpatrick coming to the plate. Drew Lowry, a big hit here in the bottom of the what would be the 9th, and Brett Dowling hits Sam Kirkpatrick, the first pitch that he throws. First hit batter here of game 3, and that will put runners at first and third with nobody out, and Wyatt Fuchs stepping to the plate. Flew out to right field in his only at-bat here in game 3. Went 2 for 3 in game 2. As the Pioneers pitchers out in left field, you can't see them. They're just out of your view. They're gathering up all their equipment in the bullpen. Austin Kreider on deck will play through this entire inning, whether a run scored or not, and I'm sure there will be no further play after this inning, even if we remain scoreless. But Brett Dowling trying to pull a rabbit out of his hat here as the runner goes. Pitch inside for ball 1. Runners now at second and third. Infield is in, high pop up, shallow center field. In comes Ethan here, and he can't see it. Out goes Corbin Overbay, and that will drop for a base hit. Nobody at second base, and the throw comes in. Braden Vineyard will have to come up between home and third base. So that will be a bloop single, or a double, I guess, as he ends up on second base. So an RBI. The ball got up in the air. Ethan here, the international sign of I have no idea where that ball is, with his hands up in the air. And Drew Lowry has come across for the first run of the ball game. Austin Kreider steps to the plate. Fastball high and tight. A triple, a hit batter, and a bloop double in the shallow right center field. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch. 2 hits in the inning. Only 2 hits in the first 4 innings for Belmont. That pitch, strike called. Ball gets by Vineyard. And sliding home with run number 2 is Sam Kirkpatrick. That'll be a pass ball to score Kirkpatrick. One ball, 2 strikes to Kreider. Infield back. Breaking pitch hit to third base. Wells will look him back, and the throw is off the mark over to first base. So an error on Wells on the throw. But Fuchs will stay down at third base, putting runners at the corners. Again, Jeff Clark steps to the plate. Still nobody out. 2 runs have come across for Belmont. Clark fouls that pitch off toward the soccer field. Second error of this 5-inning contest. Change up down low. Clark grounded out to second, his only at-bat of Game 3. From Irving, Texas. Swinging a foul ball into the mitt of Braden Vineyard. Count goes to 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dowling comes to the stretch and the pitch. Swung on a fouled off. Caden Wu on deck. He will hit for Caden Gallison. Runner goes. Foul ball at the plate, and Caden Wu will retrieve that ball. Or what I think is actually happening is there's a swing and a drive out to shallow center field. Ethan here bobbled a little bit. The runner will go to second base and be in safely. He will reach second on the error by here out at center field. But an RBI single by Jeff Clark. We will have an extra batter. Looks like Caden Wu will come to the plate. So runners now at second and third. Another run in. Pitch to Wu, misses outside. So the second error of the inning. Still nobody out. Brett Dowling having another one of those nightmare innings. A hit batter in the inning, a triple, a bloop double. Solid base hit into center field, but runner should be at the corners, but pitch catches the inside corner. So Austin Kreider down at third base. He reached on an error. Jeff Clark out at second base. Singled. Went to second base on an error. Lowry, Kirkpatrick, and Fuchs have already scored in the inning. Caden Wu getting an at-bat between batters 9 and 10 in the order. Here in a scrimmage. Pitch misses inside. Shade from the press box starting to creep toward a home plate. You can see a flag waving in the left-handed batter's box. Fastball right down the can, called strike 2. Shadow from the batter himself is right in front of home plate. That shouldn't bother him as he's looking at the ball coming from the pitcher's hand. Time called. Caden Wu hit a double down the right field line just inside the first base bag. And he fouls a ball at the plate. That happened in game 2. So this is his second at-bat. I'm sorry, he actually hit into a double play in the first inning. They're just sneaking him an AB here in the bottom of the 5th. Break pitch fouled off. Count will remain 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wu is battling from Mercer Island, Washington. True freshman catcher. I believe that's right. Looks like they have 4 catchers on their roster. Dowling looks back at second, a huge lead. Breaking pitch misses outside. Count goes full. Go back to a full count Ministries. Full count. Go see what Full Count Ministries is doing. Maybe you can serve or donate. A swing and a miss. First swing on a full count pitch by a Belmont player here in game 3, and first out for Brett Dowling. We'll go to the top of the order. Caden Gallison grounded out back to the pitcher on a bunt. He takes what we used to call a JV cut. He's looking to ride one out of here. Comes up empty on a Dowling fastball. Breaking pitch. A little bit maybe high, but a called strike. On deck, Sam Slaughter. Looking to get another shot. Should get one. Be tough to turn a double play here unless we got a line drive. Maybe catch Jeff Clark out at second base. That pitch misses inside about. Whoa! It's Braden Vineyard is trying to throw down to second base. Brett Dowling. He cut that one. Dowling's probably wondering, why in the world are you throwing the balls back so hard, Braden? But Braden trying to throw down to second base. Good thing Dowling was watching. The 1-2, that goes off of Vineyard's glove. Another run will score. Two balls, 2 strikes to Caden Gallison. Four runs in the inning. Another runner in scoring position down at third base. Breaking pitch hits Gallison in the back. Second hit batter of the inning for Dowling. And runners back at the corners with one out. Sam Slaughter will step to the plate. Sammy got one of those little mustaches going, I see. Apparently those are quite popular with the ladies, apparently. Sam fancies himself a ladies' man. Love me some Sammy Slaughter. First and third, one out. Last inning, runner goes, swinging a foul ball. Jeff Clark down at third. Caden Gallison at first. He's off again, and that ball's in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner at second and third. Last inning here at Rose Park today for VolState and Belmont University. Swinging a foul ball. It's headed toward the softball field. Probably won't get all the way over there. Going to have a pinch runner. Going to put the speed on the bases. Is that Austin Kreider again? Austin Kreider. Everybody, his speed is notorious. Their foul ball, Sammy Slaughter. Fouling off good pitches by Brett Dowling. Do it again. This time Slaughter pops one up out to left field. I believe that's Madison Liebrick, and he will drop that ball out in left field. Run will come home, and runner will stay at second base. So third error of the inning. You know, I wonder, let's take a poll. You going to give him an RBI on that sacrifice? Is he going to score on a sac fly? There you go. I think you're right. Give Sam Slaughter an RBI. Probably was going to score as Maddox Liebrick had to run a long way. Probably would not have been able to throw him out. And Heath Owen back at the plate. Jeff Clark has now scored. Austin Kreider pinch running for Caden Gallison out at second base. Sam Slaughter over at first base. Still 1 out. Throw back to second base. Not in time. Strike called to Owen. Not sure how many pitches Dowling has thrown in the inning, but he has thrown a bunch. I know he was at around 40 the last week at Lipscomb. In what we thought was supposed to be a 25-pitch limit, but 1 ball, 2 strikes. I missed a strike call as well. Change up in the dirt. Blocked nicely by Vineyard. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, 2 on. Here in the last inning. Inning 15 of the day. Count goes full. This full count brought to you by Belmont University. There's ball 4 as that will go to the backstop and load the bases for the 9th batter, actually the 10th batter to come to the plate, and that will end it. As the teams will walk off, Mason Landers will not come to the plate, and Belmont will win this one 5-0. As Brett Dowling, another tough outing. It was his first walk. He hit 2 batters, gave up 3 hits. But there were 3 errors in the inning. So 5 runs, 3 hits, 3 errors. Don't count runners left on base when we walk off. So a final score here is 5-0. Those 5 runs all scored in the bottom of the 5th. So a tough outing for Brett Dowling, but he'll get better as a result of it. But the Bruins take the 3 5-inning scrimmage games, 4-1, 10-4, and 5-0 over the Pioneers. Next action for VolState will be on Thursday in Gallatin, back at home at Pioneer Field against the BCA post-grad team. That's Brett Carroll Academy. I think they're out of Knoxville. It'll be a doubleheader starting at 2 p.m. Central Time, October 6th. That is, I believe, Thursday. And then 2 weeks from today, VolState will be playing at Trevecca Nazarene University, a doubleheader starting at 1 o'clock. So they'll be off next weekend as Coach McGuire has a daughter who's getting married. So the Pioneer players will be off on Saturday and Sunday, and will reconvene on Monday of that week, even though that's fall break for a couple days. But thank you for joining us today on this extended broadcast. It's a little over 5 hours, and I hope you enjoyed at least being able to see your sons or grandsons, brothers, friends. Enjoy bringing it to you. But this is for Athletic Director Bobby Hudson and Coach Jim McGuire. This is Tim Reese saying so long from ES Rose Park. Thank you again for joining me. God bless you. I'll talk to you on Thursday, Lord willing.